for football. Deportivo P.F coming up against AC Port of Spain. Quick overview.
Well, a quick overview. It's all about individuals here today. Both teams are boasting individuals. Some are lacking individuals that are normally here. Let's start first with AC Port of Spain. Of course, Jean-Paul Rochefort back in the starting lineup. Of course, Che Benny back from his futsal exploits away, where Trinidad and Tobago finished in bronze position. And of course, from Deportivo perspective, no Marvin Phillips, no, of course,
Etienne.
And no Etienne as well.
All right, let's take a look at the table as we check out our big matchup that's happening later on. Look at the top of the table. The cherry meets the icing. Terminix Horquetta Rangers coming up against Police. Just 5 points separating those teams. And that is a big match, top of the table match. Talking about that 5 points, if Police gets a win, they move within 2. Now, I'm going to ask you, not necessarily your prediction, but as a football fan, would you like to see some drama happening here in that matchup to make it exciting heading down the stretch? Or are you one of those who prefer the Usain Bolt run away with Terminix Rangers?
No, of course, from a footballing perspective, from a football fan perspective, we would like to see Police, of course, get 3 points to make things rather tight. And, of course, set up for the last 2 games being an epic one. But, of course, it's going to be a very close encounter, and I expect both teams are going to be playing very hard in this game.
All right, well, you give me your predictions. We spoke, you in fact spoke to Deportivo coach earlier today, Selvon Francis, and, well, this is what he had to say.
Coach, obviously, pivotal game for you, still in with a chance to win the title. How do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, well, obviously, we want to go all out with this one. It's all or nothing with the last 4 games coming here, so we're definitely going to give it a big push for it, down to the end.
Of course, some of your players coming back from national team duty, some changes within your squad. Tell us about your tactical approach towards it, and of course, how do you see the individuals integrating back into your team?
Yeah, well, from the training session, they wouldn't have a problem reintegrating into the squad. Right, we just had a little twisting system. I mean, I won't say too much about it, right? But I have some players coming back from injuries too, so as I say, we're going to come out with all to give it a big push here.
What are the keys today for Deportivo to get all 3 points?
Well, we have to keep it tight. We recognize many times we give it up late in the game and that kind of thing, so we want to keep it tight for the entire game.
Well, of course, Coach Selvon, all the best to you and your charges in today's fixture.
Hey, thanks, man.
All or nothing, big words.
Big words, talked about a tactical twist. Of course, we talked about players missing, but I think for Deportivo, it's all about 3 points here today, and I believe they'll have to grit this one out.
All right, let's head to the capital where Walt Noriega was quite vocal as well.
Coach, disappointing result against Terminix Horquetta Rangers last time. We talked about some of the situations that happened on the pitch in terms of shooting yourself in the foot with individual errors. Something you think will come into this game or would have been worked on during this week in practice?
No, this week we worked a lot on the defensive mistakes we're making, the individual errors. So today I hope the boys and them switch on from the start of the whistle.
Che Benny back in the fold, certainly an addition to you. How do you see him influencing this football game?
Che Benny was a massive miss in the last game because he has the attack clicking. We're glad to have him back. We also have our next player coming into the team that will add some spark to the team as well. So today I hope to the strongest possible AC Port of Spain team.
Of course, a difficult fixture in Deportivo, a team that's been high-flying so far. What do you think are some of the keys for you in this afternoon's fixture?
The keys for us today is to win the midfield battle and to be solid defensively to avoid them from scoring on us.
Coach Noriega, all the best to you and your charges in today's fixture.
Thank you, Brent.
I like the sound of that mystery player. Do we need Scooby-Doo?
I think we may do, but he did hit on a critical point, the midfield battle. I think that would be critical here today. We talked about some of the individuals. They have the individuals that could impact this football game, and I think the midfield is going to be key battle for who wins and goes away with 3 points.
Well, the in and out, you spoke about that earlier. Players missing for Deportivo. Experience, Andre Etienne, Marvin Philip, Houghton Hector. Those are big misses. Let's talk about those first.
And more importantly, it's right up the spine of the team. Marvin Phillips, no introduction. Of course, national team goalkeeper Etienne has been a rock solid for Deportivo P.F. And Houghton Hector has been the man to make Deportivo tick. He's been the creative element within the squad. 3 very important players missing for Deportivo, but there's a belief within their squad that they can still come away with victory because they do have a lot of talented players within their charges who can impact this result here today.
I'm very tempted to reveal who the mystery players because I've got a team sheet in front of me. I'm going to save that for a bit later, but they've got some additions as well. Let's talk about Che Benny coming back from the Caribbean Games. He was the MVP, and Trinidad and Tobago got the bronze medal there. Benny scoring 5 goals in the final. How big is he coming back into this team, meeting a midfield with Moket and Pungangaran?
Well, we talked about, of course, the impact of Che Benny. Coach Walt Noriega mentioned they missed his creativity, and I would agree with him. And again, going back to the fact that the middle of the park is going to be integral for any team to walk away with 3 points. Che Benny has shown that he can be that creative spark for AC Port of Spain. I think when you twin him with a man like Moket, you're going to have a team that's very, very potent. But it's also important to note as well, James, that they have to be able to find these players in the right place and in the right positions to be able to impact the game going forward.
All right. Well, just before we head to the break, let me ask you this. How close is this match? 4th versus 5th. But they're half the points. Now, that may look like an advantage to Deportivo, but this match, many believe it's closer than it appears on paper.
And it's all down to the individuals that are coming in. Because we mentioned, of course, Che Benny missed in the last encounter against Terminix, La Horquetta Rangers. He's back in the squad. We talk about the mystery player that we are going to reveal when we come in. And we talked about Punanjanon. So I think those individuals coming back into this AC Port of Spain squad has made this fixture a lot closer than the points would suggest.
All right, well, as the lights come on in La Horquetta, we take a break and we come back with action here. Terminix, La Horquetta Rangers, they're going to be playing later against Police FC, but right now it's AC Port of Spain versus Deportivo Point Fortin. Well, look at that. Bright sunshine here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. It's Ascension Match Week 15. Deportivo Point getting set to take on AC Port of Spain, the team from the southwestern peninsula, facing against the team in the capital. Oh, there we go. Live TV. You get all the action happening. As unpredictable as that was, this match is proving to be an unpredictable fixture as those teams get set to face each other. Big smiles all around. And as much as it's a competitive fixture, the Ascension Friday always provide lots of fun. James Waters is my name. Brent Sancho, former TNT International, joins me. Brent, what are the keys to this match between the 4th and 5th place team in the league?
Well, I think from an AC Port of Spain perspective is being able to get their better players on the football in a quicker time frame. We saw them against Terminix Horquetta Rangers, where I think their build-up phase of the football game was a bit too slow, and they weren't able, of course, to get the ball into their more progressive and talented players. When you add the fact that they have the Che Bennies and Muckets of this world within their squad, it's extremely important to get them on the ball. As it relates, of course, from an AC Port of Spain, from Deportivo perspective, littered with talent throughout the squad. It's about the ones that are missing. Whether or not, James, they can provide the cover, provide, of course, the holes that are missing, to fill those holes with the players coming in. You talk about the talent that they have throughout the squad, but what Phillips and Etienne in particular bring, and of course Marcus Joseph for that matter, is experience, and you would need that here today.
Well, talking about experience, look at the left of your screen. Well, happened so quickly, but you've got to pay attention. And Dwayne Mockett, Poon Algaron, and I'm looking at my team sheet at the moment, and there's a Jean-Paul Rochford in the lineup for AC Port of Spain. Joining that man, Dwayne Mockett, who would have got his start here last week. How big is that for AC Port of Spain?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the main reasons why Coach Noriega talked about the midfield battle and how important it is for them to win it. He is a very creative player, plays, of course, and starts with the national senior team. Certainly a creative spark, and when you add him to Mockett and Che Benny, you're talking about crafty players with a good vision, problem solvers, and they have a lot of different equipment within their toolbox that could certainly win a football game.
Scored 5 goals in the finals of the 3rd place match of the Caribbean Games, inaugural games, Che Benny, and he's back with AC Port of Spain lining up, expected to make a big impact. The community of La Horquetta, just about 4.9 kilometers away from the borough of Arima, 7.2 kilometers away from the Piarco International Airport. And well, you're spot on a Friday evening right here. It's where all the fun, all the football and all the action happens every Friday in the Ascension tournament, as we invite our viewers from across the Caribbean in Sportsmax, Scene TV in Jamaica, and of course you can catch us on the Sportsmax app as well as all of our YouTube platforms. Referee Colley is in charge of this encounter. He will be assisted by Kurt Charles, Sash Ramroop, and of course the very experienced Rodfin Harris will be the 4th official. Young bunch of referees coming through the CFU referee training program and given the opportunity to officiate here at the Ascension tournament. While the music is pumping, the weather is good, and football action, well, we can only hope and anticipate an exciting match as we look at the lineups of these teams. Jadel Poon Lewis is in goal, as always. Malik Merez, he has marshaled the defense for AC Port of Spain. Mikel Poon Algaron adds some steel in the middle together with Dwayne Mockett and Sibyl McLean, and Che Benny and Jamil Neptune will marshal the attack with Gilbert Bateau and Walt Noriega on the bench. And from the team from the southwestern peninsula, Terrence Lewis gets a start in front of Marvin Phillip, who is missing from this squad. Ronald Paul as well coming in for Andre Etienne. After that, much of the same, except that Houghton Hector will be missing, but Luke Phillip just back from CONCACAF Under-20 duty, has found a way in the starting lineup together with secondary school star Jordan Riley and Ezekiel Kesa. Look at the bench. Omri Baird back from the bronze medal performance for TNT at the Caribbean Games, and Selvon Francis will be the coach. Well, the tension is rife around the ground here in La Horquetta, and we are ready and set for Ascension action, match week 15. So it's all to play for in the next 90 minutes. Deportivo Point Fortin in the usual orange and blue against the team from a capital who will wear their second strip, the purple. And a loose ball will be sent all the way back to Poon Lewis. Here's Luke Phillip. Pushing forward. Hudson. Nathaniel Garcia, he can't score from this distance. Plays in his cousin, Isaiah Garcia. It's well cut out in the end. Decent challenge from Neptune. And it will be a throw to the team from Point Fortin. Riley. But he's looking for a shot. Crowded out in the end. Point Fortin dominating most of the possession in the opening 90 seconds of the match. It's well cut off by Andrew Pacheco. Big match for Collymore today. His first game at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Ronald Phillip gets his first touch. It's Garcia trying to get out of traffic. Market to battle for this, and illegally so, says referee Collymore. Here's Mocket.
Well, I'm looking at the way AC Port of Spain have started this game positionally, James, and Mocket is playing a bit deeper. He's lying a bit deeper, which is allowing Che Benny to play in that 9 position. Mocket playing more as an 8, which is interesting. We're used to seeing him playing a bit more advanced.
Well, Nathaniel Garcia will use the space afforded to advance his position. Hudson. Well, he's found some space here, Garcia. Can be dangerous in these pockets. Cornwall. Arguably one of the best wing-backs in the competition. That's Phillip. Big shoes to fill today, replacing Andre Etienne. And Mirez should marshal this safely back to his goalkeeper. Oh, the appeals for a handball, but plays allowed to continue to Garcia. Luke Phillip. Options to aim at. Picks out a purple jersey. Hall. Had to be quick there, Marquette. Did well in the end. Sadil McLean to chase. Well defended by Cornwall. Oh, that's going to be an interesting battle. Sadil McLean coming up against Justin Cornwall. Riley to make the difference. Oh, that's a very vital interception there. Kesar looked to be in.
Sloppy. Saw it in the first game, of course. Coach Noriega talked about working on it. But there's only so much you can do as a coach, James. It really comes down to the individual player to be switched on, and of course to be very concentrated in what they do.
Well defended by Moquette. Only as far as Philip. Oh, some head tennis at the moment. Hudson intercepts. Here's Andrew Pacheco. His first touch of the match. Oh, not the best touch.
Commentator's curse.
Most certainly. And there's the makeup challenge that usually comes after those. 37 years old, Andrew Pacheco. Did play as a fullback for the Trinidad and Tobago senior team, Andrew Pacheco. For most of his career, did play as a left winger, central midfield for Deportivo PF. But he's looking for Neptune, and oh, that's too long for him. It'll be a .14 throw. It's part of the Princestown senior comprehensive team, included the likes of Marvin Phillip, Clyde Leon, did go on to win the secondary schools football league in 2002. Well, Jordan Riley, oh, best chance of the match, and well, he just couldn't find the coordinates, and he's going to be holding his head. He knew he blew a brilliant opportunity.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that one. He was played in here by Isaiah. He's got to hit the target there, James. Eventually he pulls his shot left. It was never really settled, both from a body perspective and a mental perspective. Seemed like he may have had other thoughts in his head. Maybe thinking chip in the goalkeeper or side footing the ball past the goalkeeper. Eventually he went with his laces, but he pulled it wide. I think when you talk to the best finishers in the world, and even the ones we have locally, Stern John comes to mind right away. He always talks about making your mind up very early as a striker, and that composes you and that settles you. He said, what is the problem? The problem with finishers in locally, they take a while to make their mind up, James, and sometimes that makes them uneasy, and of course it makes them, of course, make mistakes and become unsettled.
Well, when it comes to finishing, Stern John certainly one of the best in the business. CONCACAF's all-time leading goal scorer, man from Trinidad and Tobago. One time he is above the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, Stern John. Just gave up possession, and Rondell Paul rather, just said, yeah, take it back. Sadil McLean, grateful to accept the challenge. Just a bit of nerves from both teams as they attempt to settle.
I think it's lack quality, really. I agree, nerves is playing a part, but I think in certain positions in the pitch where you have to show that quality, we haven't seen it, and more importantly as well, James, we really haven't seen the players that should be impacting this game having any influence in it. They seem to still be trying to find their feet in this first 10 minutes or so in the game. It's understandable. We know how important it is to win the midfield. Both coaches talked about it. And I think really it's a situation where both teams are trying to do that.
Eastman uses Neptune for support. Got sloppy in the end and gratefully accepted by Kisa. How well do you think that man has done so far?
I think he's done an excellent job. I think when you look at consistently what AC Port of Spain has produced from a positional point of view, from a tactical point of view, they've been enterprising in their approach. They've been very thoughtful in the way they want to play football games. I think what has let them down, and we've talked about it, James, is the individual errors. And I will always argue there's nothing a coach can do about that. It's down to an individual to do his job as required by the coaching staff. And if he lets the coaching staff down by making sloppy individual errors, there's not much you can do about it.
Well, they'd hope for no errors in defending this one. AC Port of Spain. Daniel Garcia standing over it. Looking to find an orange shirt. And well headed away by Perez, but the shot comes in the end. And well, he's had the two best chances, Jordan Riley. And this one a lot closer than the first.
Well, I tell you what, James, that opportunity is replaying itself in its head because he got a good look at it. I still feel that from a body position perspective, his head could have been down, which would have allowed that ball to stay down, but he was stretching a bit, hit with a lot of venom, certainly not afraid to take the opportunities presented to him.
Secondary school standout Jordan Riley, trying to make the transition in senior football in Trinidad and Tobago. He's found that to be a bit more of a challenge, but he's a quality player. So too is this man at the ball, Kisa. It's 1v1, and wow, got the toe of Perez. Seems to be everywhere, doesn't he? Che Benny. That's the first time I think I've called his name since the match began. Sadil McLean is appealing for a throw. Will go against him. Well, there we go. Riley! Well, he's getting hot. And almost disrobed that man in goal. Jordan Riley is full of confidence, I can tell you that much.
Another opportunity falling to the feet of Jordan Riley. Yes, chested down. I'll tell you what, I'm not sure the man between the sticks knew anything about that. He looked like a man beaten.
Well, how about now? And it's Paul who gets it back as far as Garcia. It's all cut off in the end. Jamil Neptune. Can he give his team some momentum on the opposite end? Mocket. Che Benny, second touch of the match. Already in the 14th minute. Punangaron. Now these are the combinations it'd like to get on the ball, as Benny almost got his man in. Josiah Wilson. Cornwall. Pacheco. Nice movement about the ball, 4-point as Nathaniel Garcia finds some space, and it's well cut out in the end by Eastman. So a nice pattern of play there from AC Port of Spain for a minute. Garcia, time, space, can he pick out an orange jersey? Looking for Riley. Just a bit overhit, but he keeps it alive. And here's Luke Phillip, and well, there's no match for Merez. He's been their best defender, and he's given away a corner.
I'm not sure why he did. He had the chance to, of course, put the ball out for a throw.
Well, Garcia has time to make his mind up. Maybe a shot, and well, made his mind up, but he didn't figure out the execution part.
He talked about the passage of play, or the good passage of play that AC Port of Spain just had, and it's really down to the fact that Che Benny decided to work to get himself into positions to impact the football game. Being an impactful player is not just about having the ball at your feet, but working very hard to get yourselves into position that you could be found and be able to utilize the tool sets that you have. And I think that's what he needs to do more of. Work hard to get himself on the ball. It's not going to just fall into place.
Here's a man who certainly has been on the ball quite often. Garcia, who gets it into Kisa. But he likes to run at them. He's finding some holes. Chance here for Hudson. And just shooting practice at the moment. Fortunately for the capital team, they have been quite cold getting their shots off. Mocket challenging Pacheco. Spunangaron. Benny has come deeper. Hold on to possession. He type of player that likes to get his feet on the ball. There's Garcia got his feet on Mocket. Well, this is aimed in at McLean against Cornwall, and well defended at the back door from Isaiah Garcia.
He had to be switched on there, James. There was a lurking Neptune behind him, and eventually he turned it away. That's a good positional sense. That's what you want from your flank defenders. Keep that backdoor shot.
Oh, could they get their first shot from this bit of play? Well, that answered itself. I'm looking at the goalkeeper. He's had a change of hairstyle. You'd see him in just a second. Terrence Lewis. Well, that's Che Benny's famous hairstyle, the afro. Neptune, that's a bad giveaway from Point Fortin. Fighting pressure. Neptune looking for room. Spunangaron. Mocket. Benny couldn't get his flick to his intended target. Well, just lost communication there, didn't they? And well, I don't think the challenge was intentional for the most part from Nathaniel Garcia. Just couldn't get out of the way, and Eastman couldn't avoid him. Punangaron has got Benny ahead of him. Mocket looking for Wilson, and wow, that's their first effort, and not much trouble in the end for Terrence Lewis, but they're getting closer.
Yeah, they're getting closer, and more importantly, from an AC Port of Spain perspective, the better ball handlers are getting on the football. The likes of Mockit and Neptune, and of course Che Benny, and this man on the ball as well, Punangadon.
Oh, they're pushing back Point Fortin now. Neptune versus Garcia. It's a wall ahead of them. Wilson. Can Eastman get a good service in? Finds Neptune. And Paul Garcia well positioned in the end. Clear the danger.
Got to communicate.
And well, not quite sure that Riley attempted a shot. Didn't matter, that man had it under control all the way. It's had the 3 best opportunities of the match.
Self-inflicted again, James. I mean, absolute criminal. They've just had their best spell of play, and then they just put, you can see the coach's face there, tells it all. You just had your best spell of play, and of course now your goalkeeper punts the ball and gives it over to Deportivo.
Eastman. And it will be an offside call against Josiah Wilson. Big shoes to fill for that man, Ronald Phillip. Andre Etienne, of course, in the lineup today. Oh, that's clever from Pacheco. Paul. And another good pass from Paul. Gives it away to Cedile McLean. Benny. McLean. Oh, he's going past one. And Terrence Lewis had to get jiggy. And, well, dance to the music that was played. Well saved in the end.
Well, he eventually gets this ball laid off from Che, and just like the river, parted, clear shot on goal on his weaker foot, I have to say, and maybe that's why he wasn't able. He must know that that was a glorious opportunity, clear sight on the goal.
I think the real concern for Deportivo Point Fortin was how easily got into a goal scoring position. Can't score goals, Cedile McLean. So already scored 6 in the tournament. Only Che Benny, who scored 8, scored more than him for AC Port of Spain. Oh, here he is again. He will have a second opportunity, and Terrence Lewis stands firm. Well, the momentum is certainly swung in favor of a team from the capital. And Kesa has found himself in no man's land, according to the assistant referee, Kurt Charles.
And I think both coaches were spot on when it comes to middle of the park and the battle in the middle of the park. And over the last 5 to 10 minutes, certainly AC Port of Spain has come to life in that department, and it's the reason why they're seeing the dividends. Certainly a momentum change.
Well, we talked about sloppy passing. That's a perfect example.
And it may seem, of course, a situation that may not impact because of where the ball was played out to play, but from a momentum point of view, where we talked about the importance of the middle of the park, getting that momentum, building confidence, building your of course, your real estate. when situations like that happen, it just pushes you back a bit. I think that has been the challenge, really.
Here comes Benny. He's built like a tank, isn't he? Not easy to bump out of possession. Marquette. Benny keeps it alive to Eastman. Jamil Neptune, they're finding their rhythm now. Oh, look at that. Turned like a ballerina on a Friday evening at the Apollo. And, well, Marquette didn't have his coordinates. He had the right idea. Just feel that once that midfield trident gets going, can see some good football from AC Port of Spain.
What they've been able to do is impact the game by their positional play, by where they've been. And it's certainly seen them, of course, starting to ask one or two questions to the Deportivo rear guard. It's got to be offside.
I think it's worth noting, though, that all three of the central midfield players for AC Port of Spain do have international experience. Che Benny, of course, at both TNT Youth, Senior and Futsal level. Punangaron, the Senior International team, as well as Dwayne Marquette. Oh, what about this man, Nathaniel Garcia? Ton loads from him. It's well defended by Punangaron.
That's a good ball.
Wilson could have an opportunity to open up Terrence Lewis. But, well, he did everything right besides hit the target.
Well, I think he rushed it, James. When you look at his step right before he struck the ball, he seemed like he had one thing in his mind, but he rushed that decision to take the shot. Still think he could have pushed in and gained a bit more real estate before taking a shot. And that's what we talk about. Top strikers in the world know exactly when to pull the trigger.
Can Riley put his name among that list?
That's good skill. I tell you what.
But he's looking for a whistle. And, well, there's none coming. Good defending, you think? Or missed call?
Yeah, I'd like to take another look at it because I thought he got in, but I'm not sure if the contact was intentional. But then it doesn't have to be.
Well, sometimes you don't get the easy calls at this level. Riley's finding that out.
Well, as we take another look at it here, James, he takes a touch in. He's always going to put it over. I'm not sure. And the mere fact that we are having a second look at it, a better look, obviously, than the official, and we're still not conclusive, it tells you how close it was.
Not surprised, Malik Morez was at the heart of it.
As you look at it here, James, he had all the intentions to flick it over. I've seen those given before, but it's a tight one.
I think Morez certainly used some of his experience there. Not exactly sure where exactly the contact was made. Just used his body to get across Riley. And, well, Poon Lewis using experience to let that one go wide. It's a tough job for referees. Coach Charles, of course, coming to the CFU referees program. One of the young referees here on show. And it was a tough decision for us to make with replays. One wanted to be doing his job.
I think it's a good time to commend the officiating in this tournament. It has been spot on throughout. I think especially coming out of a pandemic, it's always a challenge. Similar to players, James, they've been out of the game for quite a while. Repetition, of course, is the mother of all perfection, and they have not been able to craft their trade as often as they may like, but the officials in the tournament so far have been very good, and we have seen their improvement even when we may have thought they would have made mistakes. They've improved as the weeks have gone on, and it has really lent to how good this tournament has been. I think it's also a talking point. It has brought some really good football. I think if you were from Mars and you came down, you wouldn't think that these boys were out for 2 years.
Certainly been one of the hallmarks of the competition so far. Well, the most senior of the officials, Ruffin Harris. Lots of international experience for him, the son of the former Central Zone president, acting as fourth official this evening, and certainly will be the assessor of the young talent on the field at the moment, Kurt Charles, Sash Ramroop, and of course referee Colley.
That's a good ball.
Well, easy in the end for Terrence Lewis. Hasn't been a bad shoeing for Marvin Phillip, placing a man who has over 100 international caps. Looks quite confident, the former St. Benedict goalkeeper. Muscled out of possession.
It's done well.
Punangaron keeps going. Che Benny just losing his footing. Ronald Paul cleaning up. Oh, well, he fell asleep there. And Eastman, one possession, and he paid the ultimate price for it.
He did well to step in the middle of the park there. He understood where he was from a positional point of view. Of course, playing in a left back position, but still being able to step in the middle of the park and win the football. I would suggest in a critical phase, because Deportivo was going into transition, because where he won that ball, of course Garcia was about to turn and play it forward. So it's a good interception and well done.
Well, it is some way out for Che Benny, but we've seen stranger things happen in this competition.
Well, I think I saw him score from this sort of distance against Queen's Royal College on Queen's Royal College ground, the last kick of the game for St. Anthony's.
And he do it again, Che Benny. Well, had some power, but not the direction. One thing, no one would doubt his ability. Looking for Kisa. Oh, he's gotten past his man. Chance opening up here, and that's a brilliant tackle in the end. Jordan Riley seemed home and dry. Neptune. Benny, well defended by Phillip. Benny gets a second bite. And Wilson. And in fact, well, the final shot came from Jamil Neptune. And they haven't stopped getting into great positions, but they haven't taken advantage just yet, AC Port of Spain.
Well, he showed a lot of determination to eventually get on the end of that one. I think he himself would be disappointed with the final product. He's a player with great versatility, and more importantly, he does have an end product. It's gone a bit flat for Deportivo, James, and a lot of that is because of the up in the tempo by AC Port of Spain.
Oh, they will have a moment to breathe as it's a goal kick. Just over 10 minutes remaining in the first half of the opening match of the Friday night fixture here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Still goalless between AC Port of Spain and Deportivo Point-Fortin.
That's a good ball.
Wilson.
Oh boy, I tell you.
And it's a penalty. Referee Colley has seen enough. He's pointed to the spot. Ronald Paul, well, the only thing he's missing is a placard because he's making a big protest and, well, gets punished for it. Well, it was all the movement of that man, Josiah Wilson, and he's given his team an opportunity to advance themselves forward. So Dwayne Mockett has the opportunity to put AC Port of Spain in front against Deportivo. And he doesn't miss. 1-0 to the capital team. And the momentum in favor of AC Port of Spain.
But it's nothing less than what they deserve, James. They have certainly, in the last 10-15 minutes, have turned the momentum of the game and have found themselves being the aggressor. And of course, it's all down to that positive play that we saw in the last 10 or 15 minutes, but more importantly, clever bit of football that found them in the penalty box.
And again, of course, that move started by Che Benny. Well, how will this impact the mood of Point-Fortin? Well, chins are dropping.
It's a good finish by Mockett. Confident, everything we expected from a player his caliber. Just slots it by, of course, the goalkeeper Terrence Lewis. It's a good finish, but it also was a good build-up to that goal as well.
Well, it's the 18-year-old Luke Phillip who has a chance to raise the morale of his teammates. He can get a good service in the area. And he finds the head of Paul. Couldn't direct it on target. And it's away by Eastman. Benny. Mockett. Unangaron. Well, he's finding lots more space now, Benny. Running at the Deportivo midfield. Sadale McLean. They're full of confidence now, and wow, that's what happens when Benny's in confident mood. Terrence Lewis grateful to hold on. Nathaniel Garcia. Inside the final 6 minutes of the remaining minutes of the first half. Justin Cornwall. Well, they're getting a rhythm now, Point Fortin. They've awoken from the slumber of the last few minutes that saw them concede. And Riley, well, of course, just lacked some quality. Oh, that's a good pass, though. They'll have another opportunity from a throw.
Well, it is again. It's not much Paul could argue there. Impeded the progress of Wilson. And then Muckett tucks it away. It's a good play there by Wilson. Found himself between two defenders. Of course, Paul got a card for his troubles. I think Deportivo would be disappointed, James, not just because they're one goal down, but the first 10-15 minutes of this football game, they dominated play, both from a territorial perspective and, of course, from a chance perspective. If you remember the 3 chances in particular by Jordan Riley, and they seem to be in the ascendancy, and the expectancy from us here was that they would have gone up at least 1 goal or 2. But give credit to AC Port of Spain. They battled themselves back into it. But from a Deportivo perspective, they'll be disappointed.
No Marcus Joseph today for Deportivo. A man from Kokam FC in India. Back on loan with his home community. Missing in action. Could do with his goal-scoring exploits for this team. They do have the likes of Omni Baird, Shaquille Henry on the bench to call upon. Here's Cornwall. Can Point Fortin make something happen before halftime?
Oh, I tell you.
Well, it looked close there. Merez, he dove in. No whistle. Plays allowed to continue. Pacheco didn't fall on his feet, but left leg, and it's away now with AC Port of Spain, and Cedale McLean could stretch the defense here. Cornwall having to get a long way back, and well cut out in the end. Isaiah Hudson, Luke Phillip, and Riley. Not enough strength to outmuscle Merez. Well, Rondell Paul usually quite solid, although it was his challenge that gave away the penalty. Keen for his team to spare his blushes.
I didn't think he had much of a choice, really. I mean, I say that with all due to the respect that he's put his team 1 goal down. I think the position that Wilson picked up made it extremely difficult for him to get a legal challenge in.
So just over a minute of regulation time remaining, and it's a team from the capital with the advantage. $15 points separate these teams in the table. Deportivo in 4th place, AC Port of Spain just below them in 5th with a huge point difference. Certainly is a must-win game for Deportivo. 7 points off the leaders Terminix Rangers. Every point is valuable for them at this moment. So just 1 minute will be added as we enter the final minute of regulation time.
Well, I think it's safe to say the individuals that we spoke about leading into this fixture is the reason why the 15-point deficit is only on paper, but we didn't see it on the pitch. The introduction of Benny and of course Mockett combination have certainly put AC Port of Spain in the driver's seat so far anyway in the first 45 minutes, and I would say of course the exclusion of Houghton Hector, Phillips and Etienne. I'd say Hector more so has been a big miss for Deportivo. They just seem to lack that creative spark, James, that has made them such a threat throughout this tournament.
Well, here's a man not lacking anything creative, Thierry Benny, but he's given room and deflected, and they get their second of the match, and it's Josiah Wilson, the architect of the first goal. Well, he gets one for himself, and AC Port of Spain at the stroke of half-time, they go 2-0 up against Deportivo Point Fortin.
Well, I thought Benny would have reversed past Wilson here, but he decided to go alone. But that was extremely instinctive and predatorial by Wilson. It's what you want to see from a striker, playing on the front foot. Always the optimistic one in the park. And as they say, you can't win the lotto if you don't buy a ticket. And my man bought a ticket.
Well, it's a ticket that gives them a 2-goal cushion at half-time in a match that is a must-win for Deportivo Point Fortin. What is the team from the capital city, AC Port of Spain, who will go into the break with smiles on their face. Lots of work to do to dig themselves out of the pit. Some may say self-inflicted, but at half-time here at the Lochta Recreation Ground, it's AC Port of Spain 2, Deportivo Point Fortin 0. We come back after this.
Let's review the Ascension dancers.
Well, the entertainment will attempt to cool the hearts of the supporters from Deportivo Point Fortin. Came into this match in fourth position, looking to close the gap on the leaders Terminix Rangers. And at halftime, well, they find themselves trailing by 2-0 to AC Port of Spain. Brent Sancho, what's going on?
the Angels, they've arrived.
Well, it's going to be a long, hard talk for Selvon Francis and his men in the dressing room. Let's look back at what went against them in the last 45. All the action started with Point Fortin and Jordan Riley in particular getting the majority of the chances. First one missing the mark, but he was persistent. He huffed and he puffed, just couldn't blow the door down. And Josiah Wilson, just back from a stint in Belgium, would have a chance with AC Port of Spain as they warmed up, and Cedale McLean would back him up, shots after shot, as Deportivo began to get flat. And Wilson, he came close time and time again. And when Che Benny warmed up and he sent Wilson through, it's taken out by Ronell Paul, meant that Dwayne Mockett had an opportunity to open things up, and he certainly did, giving them the opening goal of the match, getting his shot past Terrence Lewis, and that put AC Port of Spain 1-0 in front. Well, the momentum by then had swung to the capital team, and that man, Che Benny, again the architect of everything, and Josiah Wilson with the final touch. Talk about striker's instinct. Che Benny and Wilson again combining to devastating effect. The Point Fortin just on the stroke of halftime, and that put AC Port of Spain 2-0 in front. No matter what angle you look at it, it's a beautiful goal. And the Josiah Wilson, the TNT Youth International, getting the second goal, giving them a cushion at halftime. Let's see what the numbers present for us.
Well, there were 15 shots on goal, 7 for Deportivo, 8 for AC Port of Spain. 4 of those 8 shots for AC Port of Spain on target, 0 for Deportivo. 8 fouls, 3 for Deportivo, 5 for AC Port of Spain. 1 card in the game, it's a yellow one for Deportivo. 4 offsides in total, they've shared that equally. 3 corners for Deportivo Point Fortin, 1 for AC Port of Spain. And of course, 2 saves for Deportivo and 0 for AC Port of Spain. It's a disappointing half of football for Deportivo Point Fortin. But I think, James, it is really down to their own doing. They were not able to capitalize on the good start that they had in this football game, and they find themselves 2-0 down at the half.
Well, they came into this match chasing the gingerbread man, Terminix Rangers, 7 points ahead of them. Let's look back at some of the match week 14 highlights and the reason that they have to chase. Well, just one game on the Friday. The weather, of course, preventing the opening match being played. Terminix Rangers, they came up against AC Port of Spain, and it was Josiah Edwards who got the opener early in the match. Inside the first 2 minutes, he put them ahead against AC Port of Spain. And Kadeem Corbin combining well with Atula Guerra. No luck on that occasion, but when Corbin's shot couldn't be held, Atula Guerra, he netted his 11th goal of the campaign, and that put the Terminix Rangers team ahead. AC Port of Spain, though, it's hard to keep them down, and they did create chances of their own. Mockett eventually finding a way through the wall, and he cut the deficit to 2-1. But the addition of Real Gill and the skipper Jamal Crichton, well, things changed quickly in the second half. Crichton getting his head to put his team ahead. And then later on, when the keeper couldn't hold on, Mockett's attempted clearance coming off Crichton. Might as well have been carrying a clove leaf in his pocket. Lucky fellow, as he put them 4-1 ahead. At the deck, though, Nickel Stevens will give AC Port of Spain something to write home about, cutting the deficit to 4-2. And a beautiful night sky and a beautiful football match. The Rima Velodrome on Saturday, that saw Deportivo against Maruga, and Jordan Riley, much more clinical in that fixture, scoring the game's opening goal in the 23rd minute. But Maruga, They have a penchant for scoring, and Tyrese Reefer taking advantage of the goalkeeping blunder. But Andre Pacheco not to be undone, and well, the goalkeeper from Moruga not to be undone as well, Moses. And then Nathaniel Garcia saw it was a scoring party and decided to join. Isaiah Hudson, well, he got an invitation as well. And well, Trini players never turned down a good party invitation. And then it was anybody's game in the end. Akinola Gregory. At first he didn't succeed, but he tried again. Frustration, but a heavy result against 5-1 for Deportivo Point Fortin. Defense Force, well, they've fallen off the wagon somewhat. They came up against Westport with an opportunity to get something back. And Brent Sam, well, he got his name on the score sheet early. And then later on, it was the turn of Kathian Sinclair, the former TNT Youth International, to sign his name with a golden pen. And then the Jogo Bonito set the table for Sam to get his second, pulling ahead of Atula Guerra. And then knock knock, who's there? Brent. Brent who? Brent Sam, of course, getting the hat trick. Jamil Boatswain, not to be outdone, would get something on the fixture. And well, that was all she wrote. 5-0 to Defense Force. Brent Sam climbing atop the goal scoring chart, 13 goals. On Sunday, the police barracks opened their doors to welcome Central FC. And earlier on, the goalkeeper in a spot of bother. And when he couldn't hold on, Hugh McLaren said thank you very much, putting police ahead. And they needed goals to stay ahead of Defense Force, and that's exactly what Cameron Purcell did. Mind you, he's a centre-back, but he always gets on the score sheet, Cameron Purcell. And then Rakin Kabi with an instant replay and some dance moves to boot. And then later on, we haven't seen this man much in the tournament. Jamil Perry has been recalled to the team, and that's the reason why. The old veteran. And then Perry, well, I told you he's a veteran. He's got experience in doing exactly that, scoring goals. Was there to be something for Central FC? Well, there certainly was. Ronaldo Francois imitating the more famous Ronaldo, number 7. That was all she wrote. 5-1. The final score between Police and Central FC. Beautiful night sky and more beautiful football anticipated in the second half of this match. AC Port of Spain 2-0 ahead of Deportivo. We take a break and come back with second half action. Well, just like the game of Monopoly, one team has had 2 turns on the board. Well, the other team, they've got a long way to come around to reap some benefit as AC Port of Spain hold a 2-0 advantage over Deportivo PF here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Welcome back to match week 15. And this is a crucial match for Deportivo. They are just 7 points off the league leaders, but it's that squad, the men in charge of AC Port of Spain, who are smiling at the halftime break. Lots of work to do for Deportivo. What do you think the keys are for Deportivo to get themselves something in this fixture?
Well, I think from a structural point of view, they may have to approach the game a bit different, meaning that tactically they may have to switch things around. Of course, no Houghton Hector, a big influencer in the game, so they need to put some pressure on the AC Port of Spain back four. Maybe go with 2 up top, be a bit more direct, and of course try to force the play, press of course AC Port of Spain a bit high up the park and try to move themselves territorially further up the park. It's a lot to do, particularly when AC Port of Spain seems to have their tails up in the middle of the park and seem to be enjoying that momentum. But certainly there's talent on this Deportivo side. We've talked about it so many times, James, about the squad that they possess. But I think they need to shuffle the pack a bit and maybe look at a different approach tactically.
Well, Cedale McLean, not on the score sheet today, but didn't need to be. Dwayne Mockett and Josiah Wilson, the men putting the capital team in the ascendancy. Well, those are the men in charge, the referees for this match. Good time as well to welcome all of our friends from around the Caribbean, wherever you're tuned in. Seeing lots of Jamaican flags in the stream broadcast on YouTube. Of course, we're also on Scene TV in Jamaica. Welcome to Trinidad and Tobago. This is the Ascension tournament. Don't forget to leave your flag in the comments. Let us know where you're from. Scene TV, of course, broadcast in Canada and the US. And we welcome the Caribbean diaspora locked on all around North America.
Well, I would say for the fans in Jamaica, they're showing true commitment. I believe it's Jamaica Carnival weekend. And despite this soca on the streets, they are still finding time to tune into the Ascension tournament. James, I wonder if you show that type of commitment for next year's Carnival in Trinidad, if you're going to be tuned into Ascension.
Yeah, give me a mic and a football any day. That's my party. Well, let the games begin, at least the second half of the games, as AC Port of Spain, a swag of confidence. They lead by 2-0 against Deportivo. Well, here's the man with the best chances so far for Point Fortin, running out of space on this occasion. Ronell Phillip.
I think that's where they've struggled, James. Just that passage of play where they're looking to put the ball into the feet of a Houghton Hector, someone that could create, turn, get on the football and create for them. They haven't had that. I know Nathaniel Garcia has tried his very much best to do that, also Pacheco, but it's just not happening for them. They haven't been able to fill that void that's Houghton Hector and what he does for them.
Well, they will have an opportunity from this set piece. And it's Sanjay Pacheco. But I tell you what, it's a long way out, but both these men have lots of credit. They like to dial from long distance. Yes, Pacheco. And well, from the back of Malik Morez. Seems to be everywhere in defense for AC Port of Spain. Che Benny finds Cedale McLean. Mockett ahead of him. Wilson, and Terrence Lewis. Well, call him Superman. He's come to the rescue of Point Fortin. But I think an underrated facet of Josiah Wilson is his goal awareness. It's not something that you could teach well. You either have it or you don't. Just came back from under 20 CONCACAF duty with Trinidad and Tobago team, Josiah Wilson. He's certainly looking an exciting prospect.
He looks a good prospect. Look at this. Good 1-2 on top of the box. Could have been a bit more assertive with the finish. But you're right, James. His awareness is good to see. His movement is terrific. And more importantly, his appetite to get in behind. That's what you want from your striker. Always thinking goal.
Well, they need some goal awareness, Deportivo. As something that Sash Ramu spotted, and Nathaniel Garcia kicked the ball out of play.
Looks like maybe the ball's flat.
Oh, we got a spear. There we go. Sportingly given back to Deportivo. No, big matches today at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Of course, the top of the table clash between Police and Terminix Rangers coming up next. Big match for both teams. Police, of course, 5 points behind the league leaders. A win for them would put them within 2 points of Rangers and certainly create an exciting runway for the end of the competition. Rangers, of course, the only unbeaten team in the competition, and one thing that they have in common is that they don't like giving up points.
They haven't. They've dropped 2 points and only won. I think it was twice, both against Canopy and Defence Force. But they've been stingy, especially here. It's been a fortress for them. We've talked about their consistency and more importantly, James, their hunger to want to do well.
Well, he's been an isolated figure, Nathaniel Garcia, the offensive third for Deportivo. Oh, here's Wilson. That's a good run from Wilson. And that's a defending from Justin Cornwall.
I think what Wilson has also been able to do, James, he's allowed AC Port of Spain to stay in that 4-2-3-1 setup because he's done a good job of occupying the back two of Deportivo. He's kept them honest with his runs. He's been clever. He's worked extremely hard. So it's allowed Che Benny, in particular, to find the pockets where he needs to pick the football up in that 9 role. And I think that's really been important, a key component to why AC Port of Spain is 2 goals up so far.
Oh, change as Shaquille Henry has replaced Ezekiel Kesa. Shaquille Henry, a player with tremendous experience. And, well, the message is clear. He's been brought on to score goals.
Well, I'm not surprised. I talked about occupying the back 4 of AC Port of Spain, and you would need 2 defenders to do 2 attackers, to do that. And I think certainly Shaquille Henry is a good focal point for Deportivo, and that's what they've lacked. Not taking anything away from the man that he replaced, of course, as we see that loose hand and not intentional at all. But he does provide a presence up front for Deportivo, and I think they've lacked that.
Oh, Cian Thomas getting the old H2O treatment. Certainly got options. Akinola Gregory, Mark Ramdean among the options for Deportivo. So Matthew Watson with TNT Youth International experience. So they're not short of talent. Well, here's Henry. It's one a corner. His first action's coming on.
Well, he's left Merez on the floor.
Well, that's as rare as seeing a blue elephant.
Look at this for a bit of body shake.
Well, this could be anyone's ball. Well defended. Garcia to dump it back inside the area. And well, Thomas got the crucial head on it. Wilson, such a hard worker.
That's good play.
Wilson.
It's good play by Wilson. Not only made the difficult run, but he kept the ball.
Point 14! And wow, Poon Lewis had the awareness to get his hands on it. Looked like he might have been caught out for a second. He's running into traffic there.
It's good awareness.
That's what you want from your goalkeeper. Switched on at every possible moment in the match. Here's Andre Pacheco. Cornwall. Hudson. And again, Wilson is sent to chase, but Rondell Paul did his job well. Well, spaces are opening up now. Oh, he's done well in a great area. Just needed a decisive touch in the end, but there was none to come. Jordan Riley did all the hard work. They need some more of that. Was looking for Riley yet again, and again he can get in behind Eastman. Oh, he's taking him for a ride. Jordan Riley needs a touch now, and Luke Phillip wasn't very close. And again, Jordan Riley has unpicked the defensive lock of AC Port of Spain, but there's nobody to enter the door. Well, here's Cedil McLean. They've lost some momentum. AC Port of Spain. Can they shut the door? Yeah! And all he sent that into the night sky. And well, he can't complain of not getting the chance. Cedil McLean certainly did. Well, the action certainly swinging on both sides of the field at the moment. Here's Isaiah Garcia, and this time Eastman gets his boots in. Oh, the deflection almost flew behind Poon Lewis, who again had his eyes on it all the way through. Oh, just like the aircraft that's flying above us at the moment. He's flown well to hold on to the two chances that came against him in the second half so far. Jacques Poon Lewis. Maybe some magic here from Benny. Wilson's touch, too heavy. It's a throw for point 14. Oh, we spoke about this match being a lot closer than it appeared in terms of the standings, and well, not sure anyone could have written this script, not even Shonda Rhimes. And she's known for her twists and tails. McLean, Marez, Horquetta.
That's better from Deportivo, much better. And that's what you have to do. You're 2-0 down, you have to press. You have to go for it. I think the inclusion of Henry, Shaquille Henry, coming on has given him a focal point.
Good tackle from Thomas. They're appealing for handball. Referee saw nothing wrong, and it's a goal kick to AC Port of Spain. It's going the long route. It's not something that you see teams employing a lot these days. Playing for the second ball. Everybody wants to be Barcelona these days. Played out of the back. No chances been taken by AC Port of Spain though.
Well, football is about problem solving, analysing situations, and knowing when to. And I think AC Port of Spain has certainly identified that. Deportivo now pressing higher up the park, trying to set traps, and rightfully so. AC Port of Spain see that coming.
Betty couldn't get it wrong. Paul. Here comes the 18-year-old Luke Phillip. Does not look overawed in this match by any means. A young TNT Youth International. Garcia. It's his elder cousin, Nathaniel Garcia.
It's too much.
Well, Luke Phillip certainly tried to keep it alive. Youthful exuberance for you.
I think they're coming to a phase of the game, James, where they're going to have to make another change, possibly, as we see the mastermind behind the Ascension tournament must be thinking today is the day. But from a Deportivo point forth, it must be thinking, James, that they have to make another change that would impact. They need a goal. They need something. They need a spark to impact this football game, and they have to make a change maybe from the substitutes bench, because we do know they have a bevy of talent. The question is it a like-for-like change, or is it a tactical change? And I think that's probably what's mulling through the minds of the coaching staff of Deportivo. But they have to do something. They need a goal.
Well, they've got options. Sometimes that's worse than having just one way to do things. Which option do you choose?
Well, again, I think the coaching staff for Deportivo have certainly done a terrific job with their charges.
Well, here's Wilson. And that's a good save from Terrence Lewis. Well, it's quick, he's decisive, and he's causing all sorts of trouble for the Point Fortin defense, Josiah Wilson.
Well, we just saw for ourselves the coaching staff for Deportivo. As they ponder the next move, and it has to come quickly, because as the time progresses, I think, James, I'll throw my hat in the ring here and suggest that they may need a tactical change.
Well, there we go. First sighting of John Paul Rushford. Replaces Cedile McLean. And, well, usually when a player comes off the bench, it's an option that was not presented as a starter. But I see this is an upgrade coming in.
That's brave goalkeeping. That is brave goalkeeping.
Well, he took out his best defender as well, Malik Merez.
Casualty of war, but you have to give the credit to the goalkeeper for charging out and being decisive. Because I just feel, James, that Henry was winning that race. As I said, that coaching staff there is having a Stewart's inquiry. What do you do, tactically or like for like? I think that's really the question. Do you go with a Gregory up front to add with Shaquille Henry and of course Jordan Riley, and take off one of your holding midfielders, maybe Pacheco? Throw caution to the wind. That's why they get paid the big bucks, and we sit up here, James, and lament about situations.
Well, it's a lot easier when you are asked to make a decision without the pressure of being 2-0 down and losing ground on the leaders. Anybody in an armchair could do that. Well, Jean-Paul Rushford, former national youth captain, now plays with the Trinidad and Tobago senior international team. Comes from a long line of Rushfords. Elder brother Jovan Rushford and Jean-Luc Rushford played in 2 youth World Cups for Trinidad and Tobago. And he's heavily touted as one of the future midfield stars for Trinidad and Tobago. He's here. He's only flown in last evening. Stove. Here he is. His first bit of action. And, well, it's a bit of ring rust.
Well, I think for one thing's for certain, his game, we've seen an improvement in his game when so many from the pandemic have seen a little bit of a dip. He's one that certainly have turned things up, hence his call up into the national senior team, and he's been very impactful. He's scoring a tying goal against Guyana. That's dangerous. I tell you what.
I think the goalkeeper buffered for a moment and Riley tried to pick his pocket.
Well, I'm looking at him remonstrating to Eastman, his wingback, but I'm not sure what he expected from him. He had the opportunity to make the pass. He dwindled on the ball here. Look at this for a touch. Way out. And he really should have dealt with that earlier.
It's goalkeeper's touchy call, that. Manuel Neuer, if he's looking at this broadcast, might say otherwise. Oh, you asked for the pack to be shuffled, Brent Sancho. The calls were heated. Well, maybe Hudson can give them a platform to work on. But Poon Lewis gets the big iron fist in the way. It's a corner. Well, he's been good, Poon Lewis. They need him to be good. Mark Ramdeen, Martion Watson gearing to come on after this corner is taken. Can this be the moment for point forward in Henry? Pacheco, well,
That would have been a moment.
Doesn't favor his right foot though. It's away with Rushford. Wilson. Benny. Ho, ho, ho. Well, ring the alarm. He's getting closer. Well, the crossbar is still ringing. Well, that's what happens when you leave a magician alone.
Well, he found himself with a bit of room designed by himself. Looks like a bit of a deflection there, but I'm sure that man Terence Lewis in goal wouldn't mind it.
Well, as we blinked, 2 changes were made for Deportivo. Mark Ramdeen and Martin Watson has come in, replacing Andre Pacheco. And Isaiah Hudson. So those are the 2 players replaced. Well, they brought on a defender, taking off a midfielder.
Well, I'm trying to, of course, come to terms with the changes. Does look like a tactical change, certainly. But who plays where? That's a good ball.
It's Ramdeen!
Got to finish there, James.
Wow. Did get his head on it. Just not finding the pocket he was aiming for. Chance could open up here for Luke Phillip versus Sean Thomas. It's Paul, and the centre-back shot is blocked. Still kept alive and eventually sent out the field by Jamil Neptune. Yes, Watson. Henry. Good defending by Merez. Kept alive by Garcia. Watson better. Certainly playing much high up the field. Riley. Oh, that's a good turn by Che Benny. Can he get out of traffic? Of course he can. Marquette helps out, but they lose possession to a good tackle from Phillip. Point Fortin are building some momentum. And, well, it's all gone to naught as Phillip has gone down, clutching the back of his hamstring. Or is that the back of his knee, for that matter?
Doesn't look good either way.
Remember, of course, Phillip has come in for Andre Etienne, who's out of the squad today. They're very thin in that department.
Really stretched there. Looks very awkward. You can see the agony in his face. He suggests could be an hamstring. I'm surprised he's still on as we look at the Lawmen. Everything to play for here tonight. Is this the night that Rangers drop all 3 points? If it's not, then the champagne certainly is on ice here in La Horquetta.
Well, this team in orange still in contention to try and catch them, and well, that's slipping away from them at the moment. Neptune. Well, he's found out why Isaiah Garcia is considered one of the best in the league. Oh, that's good. Cut past his man quite easily there, Maurice Ford. And here they come now. Space for Wilson. And wow, had the right idea. Just a bit too much space for Jean-Paul Rochford. And well, he's just found out. Quite Cornwall is given the plaudits that he is given.
It has been an end-to-end game so far, certainly over the last 5 minutes or so. I think from a Deportivo point of view, that's not a bad thing. But if I'm AC Port of Spain, I'd want things a little bit tighter.
Benny. Been a lot quieter in the second half, but there he goes now. Unangron. You just feel if something is to happen for Deportivo, it's got to happen now. Philip. And wow, just like that, the poacher strikes. Shaquille Henry, the man from Santa Flora. Well, I can tell you what's happening down there. The moment they're bouncing, Point Fortin are back in the contest. It's 2-1.
Well, we talked before this game about self-inflicted wounds and self-inflicted injuries, and you would have to think that AC Port of Spain has just found a way to shoot themselves in the foot. Goalkeeper coming off his line, I'm not sure he was needed there with two defenders in attendance, and Henry with the finest of touch, real goal scorer, goal poacher type of finish. He's certainly changed the face of this game since he's come on. And maybe game on now, James.
Certainly. Confidence high. And Malik Morez doing his job and doing it well. Watford. Benny. Wilson, he seems to be everywhere in attack. And, well, tried to find Jamil Neptune, but not this time. Oh, what a match. It's right back in the balance. Within touching range now, you feel, for Deportivo. How will AC Port of Spain respond?
Well, I could say, James, that you have to feel there's another goal in this game. Which way it goes, I'm not sure. But both teams are really going for it.
Watson. Garcia. And wow, certainly caused a scare, didn't he? Won a corner as well. Well, more changes. Philip will say goodnight, and Cornwall will also exit as two attackers will make their way on the field. Akinola Gregory and Omri Baird. Omri Baird, of course, just returning from the Caribbean Games with the bronze medal winning Trinidad and Tobago futsal team. He knows where his enemies are. He's keeping an eye on them. Gregory gets his first touch, and it's one that's goal one. Offensive change.
I'm not sure. They only have two defenders on the pitch. Well, according to the team sheet.
But I think Watson is going to slot in there in the middle of that three.
But it's a progressive change, and we talked about it. You have to make some sort of decision, whether it's a like for like or tactical change. They've gone for the latter, and so far it's paid dividends with one goal. Can it bring them right back into this football game?
Well, first they've got to keep Jamil Neptune quiet. Successfully done by Isaiah Garcia. Here's Luke Phillip. Jordan Riley, look out for the afterburners. It's well blocked by Maurice Ford, former TNT Youth International, Maurice Ford. Caribbean Cup winner as well. Well, the league leaders, they're getting ready. Always seem ready, don't they? Point 14 come knocking. Garcia, first time ball in a dangerous area. Well, it came calling, but nobody was home. And the AC Port of Spain survived to fight another day.
What about this for a sizzling ball across the goal? Looked like it may have taken a touch off an AC Port of Spain player, but it went by so quickly. And that's the difference there. I'm very sure if Josiah Wilson was in an orange shirt, he probably would have been in the end of that, because he's played on the front foot throughout this game. And that's what it needed there from Deportivo.
Well, just like the opening period of the first half, Deportivo point 14, they've got the momentum going. They've obstructed that midfield trident for AC Port of Spain from really enjoying any type of possession. Here's Akinola Gregory.
I think also as well, James, that the midfield three for AC Port of Spain have dropped deeper. So they've found themselves doing more defensive work. And, well, the team in its entirety have found themselves doing more defensive work. So they've pulled themselves back a bit more. So their impact on the game has certainly diminished. I haven't really heard the name Muckett mentioned. And that's evident of what Deportivo have been able to do.
Here's Ramdeen. Former W Connection and Naparima man. Omni bed.
Oh, that's loose.
Oh, Watson. Alert, keep it alive for point 14. Henry, the goal scorer. He's got the juice in him, certainly. Maybe some might feel a bit too selfish. When you've got to go, you've got to go, though.
I'm not sure Riley would appreciate that statement. He was wide open.
And he picked out an orange jersey. Well, he does, and well defended up the line.
He's got to win this, Phillips.
Maybe now for Akinola Gregory. Ramdeen. It's a throw.
Well, they started to turn the pressure on now, Deportivo.
Well, that's well defended. And there we go, Muckett. But he's challenged heavily for this one, but he's done well to keep it open. Here's Kareem Eastman. It's a throw for AC Port of Spain. They continue to hold on to a 2-1 advantage over Deportivo inside the final 10 minutes of this match. Here's Benny. His involvement critical in the 2 goals for his team. Well, that's a bad giveaway by Thomas. A bad area, and Ramdeen could escape with it. And too long in the end for that man. And, well, bit of an anticlimax, somewhat. Wonder what he's seeing.
Well, I think, first of all, he wanted to play a bit high up the park.
clock is ticking down. AC Port of Spain continue to hold on to the advantage. Ramdeen. Run out of options, he's chosen to go back. Looking for Gregory. Merez gets in the way. But Merez has certainly been very good for AC Port of Spain today. Henry's touch, too heavy. Well, distribution hasn't been the best today. Terrence Lewis, perhaps the only mark that has gone against him. Well, good time to show sports marks at the moment. And Shaquille Smek Henry annihilating Malik Merez. Oh! But point 14 on the other end, they're creating all sorts of chaos.
I tell you what, I'm not sure how that ball stayed out to the net.
Well, this is what you missed, though.
It's a good ball across the goal there. I tell you, Henry at full stretch. I'm not sure he could have done any more than what he did. And he just couldn't get that crucial touch to put the ball into the back of the net. For a well-deserved equalizer, I would say, James.
Well, it has been the story of Deportivo. They've come close. They've used the pickup lines, but they've failed to close the deal. Well, there might be changes for AC Port of Spain. And, well, not the change that you'd want to see. Malik Merez is hobbling off. He's been one of the players of the match, and he's forced to exit the field. So they're currently playing with 10 at the moment, AC Port of Spain. How crucial will that prove to be? Under 5 minutes remaining. Here's Akinola Gregory. It's been a pest.
That's a good challenge. I was a bit worried there, James, because I thought he was a fraction late. But that's a good sliding challenge at the end. In those sorts of position, you have to be spot on. And he was.
Cian Thomas. Well, this is a change that has been forced. Anthony Charles will replace Malik Merez, who's been forced off due to injury. Merez just entering your picture there. Been very dominating in defense. Been forced off though. Anthony Wilson, he's got a big shoes to fill. And well, Che Benny will also say goodnight to the action as he makes his way off the field. And the other player coming on is Shaquille Henry. So 2 changes for AC Port of Spain. Well, Luke Phillip certainly has a bit of confidence about him since he's returned from CONCACAF Under-20 duty. Oh, that's a poor ball from Rutherford. Marquette wins it back. Dangerous area. And this should be a Port of Spain throw, as confirmed by Kurt Charles, the assistant referee. Just before playing through the middle, Rushford been forced out wide. There's a stacked midfield for AC Port of Spain. Or can AC Port of Spain hold on to a famous win against Deportivo? Ramdi, he's pulled, he's hassled, and he's wiggled past everybody.
I tell you, he did well.
Didn't look intimidated though.
No, he didn't look intimidated at all. He wiggled free, showed a lot of strength.
Well, they're looking for a hero. Point Fortin, and Watson could have been that man, just not getting on the end of that. Shaquille Henry, of course, creating all the danger.
Well, he certainly got himself just a little bit of a yard here. Not sure what Watson was doing there. I would have been sliding, gliding, and scraping in, James. They're trying to get my foot at the end of it, but he's closer than us, so he may have judged that perfectly.
Under a minute remaining. And as it is, Deportivo Point Fortin dropping crucial points in the title race.
Well, you're right, James, because not even a point really would help their cause.
Well, Mockets has gotten punishment for bad boy behavior. But it's a free kick, and well, the most confident man in the field, Shaquille Henry, is being given the opportunity to be that superhero.
What?
Wow, goodness me. Thought there might have been a hole in the net. It flew that close.
Well, I normally look at the reaction of the goalkeeper, James, to obviously give me a guide as to how close that pass. And I'm looking at I'm looking at his reaction there in goal, and I think that was close.
So Poon Lewis, wow, I think he's finally letting that gasp out. Pass so quickly. So 3 minutes of time added. We just entered that. 2.5 minutes of borrowed time.
That one really sizzled. And
had all the ingredients. Sometimes that's how it is. You put all the ingredients together, but you don't get the cake that you desire. Oh, that's good from Henry. Akinola Gregory. He's been sent to the glory land. And wow,
he's got to hit the target.
Did everything right besides what you just mentioned.
He done well to cut in. Once you've found that yard or so of space, James, inside of that area, you just need to hit the target. Let the keeper make a save. Instead, he went for power, and it certainly took away from the direction. A chance.
Well, Poon Lewis has just been sent to the naughty corner. Latest player to receive a yellow card. Inside the final minute of the added time for Point 14 to give themselves some sort of hope. At the moment, AC Port of Spain, they're holding on to 3 points. What would be a famous win. And well,
That was it. That was the chance.
Lewis held on to their life. He did well.
Get up, get up, get up!
Horquetta, insult to injury maybe. And well, that was a chance for Jamil Neptune to do the business, but maybe now for Wilson.
That's great defending. Excellent defending.
Has another opportunity again though, and this time well cut out by Watson. Maybe now, maybe here, maybe a point. Not to be. And you just feel that's it. That's all she wrote. And an entertaining match comes to end here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Disappointment for Deportivo Point 14. Coming into this match, 7 points off the top. And well, they've gained no new points. And they've lost a potential 3 as AC Port of Spain steal an impressive 2-1 victory over Deportivo Point 14. But in just a second, after we take in the beautiful visuals at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground, we will have our first half, or match highlights rather. Beautiful match, beautiful pictures here in La Horquetta. And let's look back at the past 90. Certainly an entertaining one. Jordan Riley getting early chances, not hitting the target. And then later on he would try again. And well, luck didn't favor him. Josiah Wilson was a thorn in the side of Point 14 after that. And then Cedale McLean tried his luck as well. Terrence Lewis doing his job. Josiah Wilson certainly was one of the stars, and he tormented every time he got an opportunity. Che Benny this time giving him one, then he put himself in a position to be bundled over by Rondell Paul, and that gave Dwayne Horquetta the perfect platform to give AC Port of Spain a 1-goal advantage. Later on, Benny and Wilson would combine yet again. Benny trying his luck first, and Wilson saying no me, and he would put them 2-0 ahead just before the break. Certainly making a name for himself at the moment, Josiah Wilson. Well, the second half meant that Deportivo had to dig themselves out of a pit, but it was Wilson and company that continued. There he is, involved in everything. Josiah Wilson, goalkeeper, knew his name by then. But Point 14, they grew into the match. Isaiah Hudson started off things. Boone Lewis with the fist of steel. And then this happened. Henry coming on as a substitute and doing what he does best, getting goals. He cut the deficit to 2-1. Then you felt the Point 14 revival might have been on, but Che Benny, well, it reminded them that he was still around. Point 14 though, they refused to give up. Akinola Gregory, another substitute, and Henry coming close but just not doing enough to get them back level. Then it was the turn of Henry, and well, that was the story of his night. 2-1 finished the AC Port of Spain. Well, let's look at the numbers, and well, Deportivo certainly dominating in terms of shots, 17 compared to AC Port of Spain's 10. But it's the quality rather than the quantity, as both teams with 4 on target, 2 of which went in for Deportivo. Offsides, AC Port of Spain led in that department, while Deportivo held the advantage in corners. In saves, Poon Lewis forced into 3 saves, while Deportivo's Terrence Lewis forced into 2. And that is how it stacked up in the end. Well, I'll tell you what, Brent Sancho has the fun job of interviewing our man of the match. And, well, you guessed it, it is Josiah Wilson.
Well, I'm now joined by the man of the match, Josiah Wilson. Of course, Josiah, a goal and involved in the penalty. Talk us through your performance here tonight.
Well, firstly, I would like to thank God and my coaches and my teammates for supporting me and coaching me on the field and directing me as to do the right things on the field. My goal, I heard my coaches from the past and Coach Salty always saying to follow up the ball, and as the opportunity presented itself, I just took the chance.
Well, as we now take a look at your goal here, talk us through it. What was going through your mind? Of course, the ball pops through from Che Benny. Tell us what's on your mind here.
Well, when I saw Che going towards the goal, in my head I was like, he is a top-class finisher. I thought he would have finished it, but luckily it hit off the defender and it landed perfectly for me, so I just ran onto it and took the chance and put it away.
Of course, you've been away applying your trade for a bit. You're back here in Trinidad and Tobago. Tell us how that stint outside had its influence in your game here tonight.
Well, playing abroad is a very good experience to play with high-class players in different big top leagues in the world, and I was thankful for the opportunity to go out there and play. And yeah, I just came back home and played how I learned out there.
Of course, an exciting and exuberant Josiah Wilson. Josiah, congratulations, great performance,
Thank you
and
much.
all the best to you and your team for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josiah Wilson. Of course, talking about his goal and also mentioned about his stint outside and the impact it would have had on his performance here tonight. Certainly a creditable performance by the man of the match. I'm now joined by Deportivo Point Fortin coach Selvon. Coach, disappointing result. Of course, had a bit of title dreams there. What went wrong tonight?
Well, first thing, we're not ready to press the panic button yet. We have some rounds of games to play here still for the weekend, that the results could still probably not run away from us. So we ain't pressing the panic button yet, right? So I don't know, we just lack probably quality in the finishing and thing, but other than that, I think the game wasn't too bad, and hats off to AC. I think they give us a good game. Of
course, no Etienne, no Philip, no Houghton Hector. Do you think that those 3 players in particular missing would have had some impact with a positive result for Deportivo?
Yeah, definitely those 3 would have a positive meaning for us in attack, definitely. But other than that, I still find we had opportunities and we just didn't put them away.
Well said by Coach Selvon. Of course, thank you very much, and all the best to you and your team for the rest of the championship.
Right,
no problem. Coach Selvon lamenting on the fact of the missed opportunities that they had, particularly in the second half. They certainly created the chances to get themselves back into the football game. Of course, did not capitalize on it. I'm now joined by the winning coach, Coach Bato. Of course, Coach, elated, 3 points. Happy, man?
Happy. Happy, very happy.
Well, of course, you had the injection of 3 talented players in the likes of Muckett, Che Benny, and of course, John Paul Rushford. Tell us the impact that those 3 players in particular had in the victory here tonight.
On the journey through this tournament, you will have saw that AC Port of Spain had some ups and downs. And with the introductions of those guys that you just called here, it added some stability, especially in the middle of the park. Also, they brought a level of experience that they could have passed on to the younger guys in the squad. I thank them for that.
Well, Coach Noriega talked about the, of course, defensive frailties that they showed in the game against Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Are you and your coach yourself happy with the defensive display by AC Port of Spain here tonight?
Happy to a point that there's still a lot of work to be done, but on this day, I have to give the guys credit for the hard work that they did, not taking anything away from Deportivo. Very good structured team. So, I mean, the guys will feel happy to come up with a victory today in a competition like this.
Well, thank you very much, Coach Bato, and all the best to you and your team for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. I also would like to say thanks to the coaches from foreign, all the support that they gave to me. Probably that helped along the way. The A-licensed coaches. Thank you very much.
Well said, Coach Bato, and thank you again very much. Of course, as we look at the scenes and sights here at Horquetta Recreational Ground, where the big match is about to come up. Terminix Horquetta Rangers versus Police FC. We'll be back after these messages. Well, I'm joined now by Mr. Ferguson, the man behind Terminix Horquetta Rangers. Mr. Ferguson, is this the night?
Oh, this is definitely a very, very big night. You know, Police is number 2 in the league. Very, very good team, coached by one of the best coaches in the country, you know, Richard Hood. And you know, why he isn't coaching a national team, I can't tell you why. But he is very, very good. Along with Hudson Charles, brilliant coaches.
Well, of course, as we get into this encounter here, what are the keys to the game for Terminix Horquetta Rangers?
Well, we want to play very defensive. You know, we want to start out the game, you know, tight, and hopefully, if an opportunity or two arises, we want to be able to grasp that opportunity. But we certainly don't want to be loose and all over the field and this kind of situation. No, we want to be tight in our defense.
Well, we've seen changes within your squad, but one thing has remained is the consistency in the performance. Haven't lost a game yet this season. Of course, this is an important game. 3 points will bring you to the promised land.
Oh yes, definitely. That 3 points is like goal right now. I think the guys are very well hyped up, you know, but we just hope the right Rangers show up. You know, sometimes a very good Rangers would show up and sometimes a very bad one would show up.
Well, good luck to you, of course, in this encounter against Police FC.
Thanks a lot, Brent.
That is the man, Richard Ferguson, joining the fray. Coach Hood, this is it. Win or go home. Big game here tonight. 3 points at stake. More importantly, this is the game that stops Terminix Horquetta Rangers. How do you view it?
It's very important that we take the 3 points tonight because we want to keep the league open. I think that if we were to lose tonight, basically the league would be decided going forward. So it is a big game for us. We're up and ready for it, and we'll see how it goes.
As you come into this fixture, what you think are the keys for Police FC to walk away with all 3 points?
The key for us is to manage the game, manage the ball, take care of the ball, minimize our mistakes, and of course stop the counter.
What are some of the strengths that Police FC bring into this fixture as it relates to Terminix Horquetta Rangers?
We have our plans to deal with their strengths. I wouldn't want to reveal it at this time. It will be seen soon enough. All right. So we've done our homework. And we've prepared well. All right. So it's just for the boys to go out and execute as best as they can tonight.
Well, Coach Hood, of course, all the best to you and your charges in tonight's fixture against Terminix Horquetta Rangers.
That certainly is the best view in the house, if you can afford it. As we are live here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground, it's the Ascension Football Tournament match week 15. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers coming up against Police FC in this top of the table clash, and we're so happy to share the experience with you. All of our viewers across the Caribbean on Sportsmax, Scene TV in North America, and of course CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. My name is James Saunders. Brent Sancho joins me, the roller that's crossing the field at the moment. In just a few minutes from now, the football will be rolling across the field. A field that has held up well because of good weather conditions here in Trinidad and Tobago. Sunny skies at the start of the day as we had our first match between AC Port of Spain and Deportivo PF, and a good pitch expected to be of a high quality for a high caliber match between Terminix Rangers and Police.
Yeah, it's a big occasion for both teams. Of course, Police in second place and Terminix La Horquetta Rangers in first. But I think when you look at the composition of both teams, it truly shows that it could be a very integral and entertaining game. Integral from the sense, of course, that if Terminix La Horquetta Rangers were to get all 3 points here tonight, that would be them lifting the trophy. And of course, entertaining and intriguing because of the caliber of players that are going to be suited up for both teams. It must be said that Police FC is in good form, a team that's gotten positive results over the last couple of weeks. But I think more importantly, there's a voice within that Police locker room that's saying it's now or never. And Police and Defence Force in particular are teams that when they are in these types of situations, they normally produce the result required to get them out of it.
Well, 7 points separating, or 5 points rather, separating first from second. And we spoke to Police coach Richard Hood earlier on, and he gave his thoughts on the contest.
Coach Hood, this is it. Win or go home. Big game here tonight. 3 points at stake. More importantly, this is the game that stops Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. How do you view it?
It's very important that we take the 3 points tonight because we want to keep the league open. I think that if we were to lose tonight, basically the league will be decided going forward. So it is a big game for us. We're up and ready for it, and we'll see how it goes.
As you come into this fixture, what you think are the keys for Police FC to walk away with all 3 points?
The key for us is to manage the game, manage the ball, take care of the ball, minimize our mistakes, and of course stop the counter.
What are some of the strengths that Police FC bring into this fixture as it relates to Terminix and Horquetta Rangers?
We have our plans to deal with their strengths. I wouldn't want to reveal it at this time. You know, it will be seen soon enough. All right. So we've done our homework and we've prepared well. All right. So it's just for the boys to go out and execute as best as they can tonight.
Well, Coach Hood, of course, all the best to you and your charges in tonight's fixture against Terminix and Horquetta Rangers. Joined now by Mr. Ferguson, the man behind Terminix and Horquetta Rangers. Mr. Ferguson, is this the night?
Oh, this is definitely a very, very big night. You know, Police is number 2 in the league. Very, very good team, coached by one of the best coaches in the country, you know, Richard Hood. And you know why he isn't coaching a national team, I can't tell you why. But he is very, very good, along with Hudson Charles, brilliant coaches.
Well, of course, as we get into this encounter here, what are the keys to the game for Terminix and Horquetta Rangers?
Well, we want to play very defensive. You know, we want to start out the game, you know, tight, and hopefully, if an opportunity or two arises, we want to be able to grasp that opportunity. But we certainly don't want to be loose and all over the field and this kind of situation. No, we want to be tight in our defense.
Well, we've seen changes within your squad, but one thing has remained is the consistency in the performance. Haven't lost a game yet this season. Of course, this is an important game. 3 points will bring you to the promised land.
Oh, yes, definitely. That 3 points is like goal right now. I think the guys are very well hyped up, you know, but we just hope the right Rangers show up. You know, sometimes a very good Rangers would show up and sometimes a very bad one would show up.
Well, good luck to you, of course, in this encounter against Police FC.
Thanks a lot, Brent.
Well, you heard from the horse's mouth as the 2 men at the head of their teams get ready for what is expected to be a massive fixture in the Ascension tournament. And both coaches speaking about how important this occasion is. A victory for Terminix Rangers can see them popping the champagne, while for Police it can be disastrous if they lose. While if they do win, they put themselves just 2 points away from the league leaders.
Yeah, crucial game for both teams. Coach Hood of Police FC talked about game management, and of course Mr. Ferguson talked about which Rangers will show up tonight. And I think that's really where this game lies. It's going to come down to, yes, the team performance, but also individuals, like the first game, cutting out the mistakes, cutting out the individual errors. Whether or not you can impact this football game from an individual perspective with a bit of brilliance, with a moment of brilliance, or is it a moment of madness that may, of course, cause this game? You have a feeling that it's going to be a cagey affair and both teams won't want to blink. But it's a massive, massive game, and it's crucial for both teams to settle well here, as we saw the roller doing its work, and of course as the officials prepare to come out for this one. First versus second, playing for all the marbles.
Oh, the curtain has been rolled back and the cast has been revealed, and well, for Police, they've added some reinforcements to their team. Jamil Perry has been added to the lineup. He scored 2 goals in their last match, and well, he starts on the bench today. But a big addition, he's been a veteran for Police over the years, and he's been recalled to the team, and he's scoring.
And I think that's what this Police team presents to this fixture. Experience, youth, a team that's in form, and a team that certainly believe that they belong here. And I think that's important. because we've seen on many occasions that teams would have come here to the Horquetta recreational ground and would have been blown out of the water. But this is a Police FC team that believes they can compete. It's a team that believes that they can walk away with all 3 points. They have been part of the chasing pack for most of this tournament, and now the moment is here. This is the moment they've been thinking about. This is the moment they've been playing for. The moment to play the league toppers for a chance to continue on their pursuit for first place.
I'll tell you what, forget Doctor Strange. This is the biggest blockbuster at the moment in Trinidad and Tobago. Terminix Horquetta Rangers coming up against Police FC. Everything is at stake, all to play for on the line for both these teams. Well, the volume has already increased here in Horquetta. They expect a big party. The fans, they're packed in, tight and ready. And the officials, they've brought out a very experienced cast. Crystal Sola is one of the Trinidad and Tobago international FIFA referees. She will take charge of this contest. She'll be assisted by Caleb Wales, who will represent Trinidad and Tobago at this year's FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Ainsley Rochard is also an assistant, full of experience, while Cox is the 4th assistant in this match. Well, let's see the names that will make the starting 11. And for Police, they've got lots of experience with Adrian Fonset, the national goalkeeper, in goal. Raheem Kabi has been among the goals recently. Jabari Mitchell, a youth international player with lots of goals in him. Juma Clarence has also gotten on the score sheet, so too has Elijah Belgrave. Cadian Gabriel brings international experience. Gabriel Nanton has scored goals, and Cameron Purcell as well. He's added goals, so most of your teams have been among the goals for Police, while Richard Hood will watch on from the bench. For the league leaders, Terminix Horquetta Rangers, well, it's a matter of which cast will appear on the day, and they've chosen the cast of Jabari St-Hilaire in goal. Ross Russell Jr., the vice captain, who keeps his place in the starting lineup with Javon Morris, Leslie Russell and Caleb Sturge. Jamal Crichton, the regular skipper, is back in the mix together with Ikem Andrews, Atula Guerra, Kadeem Corbin, who bring international experience, while youngsters Josiah Edwards and Daniel David keep their spot in the starting lineup due to their recent good performance. Notably, Real Gill starts on the bench for Terminix Horquetta Rangers, and this team will be led from the bench by Dave Kwamina. The stage is set, and it's time for action here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. The league leaders against the closest chasers, Police, and it's action. Oh, here's Josiah Edwards early, and a chance that opens up nicely for Daniel David. Just couldn't wrap his foot around it. Oh, they're wasting no time. They're showing their hand. Terminix Rangers. Ross Jr. How big a role will he play tonight? Loves to get forward. Both these teams carrying defenders who are among the top scorers in the competition. Cameron Purcell for Police and Ross Jr. Be interesting to see what type of role each plays tonight. Well, what role will be played here? Wow. He's a Police. He's been trained to shoot. Just couldn't hit the target this time. Simeon Bailey won't want to be giving the Police shooting practice, won't they?
Well, he picked up sight of that one a bit late, hesitated at first, James, then eventually pulled the trigger. Maybe he was looking to make an arrest instead of shooting.
Here's Kadeem Corbin. Atula Guerra. Second highest score in the competition, but not this time. Adrian Fonset, his former international teammate. Guessing right. Ike Andrews. It's got Ross Jr. to the outside, but his pocket has been picked. Juma Clarence. Here's Ross Jr., one of his favorite offensive positions, and he wins his throw for Terminix Rangers. Ike Andrews. And, wow, Cameron Purcell had a second bite at the cherry to get it right, and he did eventually. Given away to Andrews. Well, he's just gone past his man easily. Oh, he's gone past Gabriel as well. Looking for Corbin. And well defended by Purcell. Nine goals in the competition for Kadeem Corbin. 11 for the man trying to get this one, Atula Guerra. It's 20 goals between them. Do well to keep an eye on that pair. Ball taken quickly by Gabriel. Nanton has done well. Nanton and the St-Hilaire looked as comfortable as a sofa watcher. Well, Corbin could open them up here with his piece. Guarded by Purcell. And, well, Edwards. Well, and Edwards made some room for himself. And somehow just couldn't pin the donkey's tail. Edwards. And Kadeem Corbin does not even know exactly what he thought about that.
Well, the young man did everything you can't do correct in that instance, but just couldn't put it into the back of the net. He gets this ball here after deflection, gets it inside, had everything to aim for, went for power. I think the last ditch tackle there may have thrown him off, but still, no excuses. He got to hit the target. That man there told him that.
Well, if anybody can complain and tell you what you've got to do, is that man Kadeem Corbin. Seems to hit the target every time he gets in range. Guerra battle with Bailey. Leslie Russell to Ross Jr. But I just feel like this game is going to live up to every bit of the hype that was anticipated prior to kickoff. Purcell. Ball defended by Sturge, and Edwards could be away. It's a race for Daniel David. But he attempted to find Kadeem Corbin, but he has won a corner in the process. Don't think Corbin is going to mind. 19 years old, Daniel David. Came out of the Trendsetter Hawks Academy. And, well, this man, he's 18. Josiah Edwards. Couldn't find Crichton. Did score a headed goal. in their last match against AC Port of Spain. The skipper. They need all hands on deck for this crucial top of the table clash. Well, he missed it and Rush Jr. connected, but he couldn't find exactly what he was aiming for. Scored 4 goals in the competition, Ross Russell Jr. Second highest scorer for defender. The other one is playing for Police. He's in possession. Cameron Purcell, he scored 5. Sandwiched by the likes of Karen Cummings and Josie Belgrave. Not bad company for defenders.
Well, you'll be happy with that return if you're a coach. Your defenders putting in that sort of goal-scoring performance. They're really a team that's tricky and dead. That's a poor pass.
Corbin plays with so much energy. Kadeem Corbin. Well, he's made some room and might have been deflected. Should be a corner. Well, assistants seem to believe it's a goal kick.
This is where he's dangerous. Always trying to create that yard of space to get the shot off when you least expect.
Well defended by Daniel David. Hutchinson. Purcell. Nanton. Yeah, very well-oiled team, Police.
And I think that's the key, James. It's how well the defenders utilize the football. We've seen so many times where Rangers drop off in the first half, but the defenders have to make good decisions on the football. They have to make good entry passes. They have to decide when to go long and when to go short. And of course, they have to decide the pace on the ball and making sure that they execute a good pass. And that is key for Police here tonight, because they've spent a lot of time on the football, but they have to be productive in what they do with it. That's not productive.
Well, neither convincing from Javon Morris. Well, this is where Police their most dangerous self. Expect to see Raheem Cabby and Cameron Purcell go up for this. The both are known to get goals. Raheem has scored 3 goals from set pieces. Purcell has scored 5. That's 8 from their 2 defensive players.
They are a danger. Talked to the coaching staff of Rangers and they said this is their worry.
Nanton, and easy in the end for St. Hilaire. Well, this is where Rangers strive, counter-attack.
Just a bit offside. It's a close one.
He's in the mood, isn't he? Sure, WizKid might have sung about him. Big mood. What about this guy? Never can tell. He's got a poker face. Love to have him as a poker partner.
Like they must know, James, that this is it.
Bailey, his pass is cut out by Crichton. It's kept alive, but Crichton recovers well.
And that's the entry pass I'm talking about, James. They have to beat that middle line of confrontation that Rangers have, the likes of Crichton and Daniel, it has to go in. Join the local beer, Carib.
Yeah, he's having a lager, isn't he? Well, as a kid, you enjoy everything. Well, I've got some bad news if you're a Trinidad and Tobago football fan. The women are in action. CONCACAF qualifying tournament in Mexico. I'll tell you about that in a bit. Well, you want the good news or the bad news first?
I'm not sure which one to ask for.
Well, I was bluffing about the good news. There's nothing good. A trail by 4-0 to Costa Rica at the moment. Inside minute 75. Well, I'm going to be an optimist. There's always something good. Could have been worse. Former Trinidad and Tobago captain Kenwin Jones is in charge of the women's team at the moment. Bailey. Well, they need this man, Jabari Mitchell, to be involved much if they are to hurt Terminix Rangers. Russell. Daniel David. Josiah Edwards. He's got a turbo booster strapped to his back. He's got some pace about him. Here we go. And danger! And wow, that's not something you see every day. Kadeem Corbin not finding the mark. Even Katie and Gabriel are surprised. Well, finally, Edwards can say something back to him.
Well, he has one thing in his mind when he gets in these sorts of areas, and that's to take his man on. Corbin just overshot in his run there. All played behind him. Something we've never really said that for this tournament, because he's been spot on.
Andrews in a dangerous area, and well, Crichton was flying in.
That was well defended.
Certainly was.
He made sure and he stayed in between the goal and Crichton, and more importantly, got to the ball first.
Strikes the ball so well, like him, Andrews. Gone over to the other side, tries luck again. Caribbean Cup winner, together with Kadeem Corbin. Looking for Guerra. Finds Crichton, whose header finds Daniel David. And ball defended by Simeon Bailey. Kadian Gabriel, man from Morva, North Trinidad, and well, couldn't pick out Jabari Mitchell. Here goes Corbin, and he's gotten in behind Purcell, and wow, tell you what, he had to be quick there. Fun set. Andrews. Well, he has managed to stay healthy past few matches, like him, Andrews, even though you can see his hamstring just below the picture there, heavily bandaged. Struggled with hamstring injuries in this tournament. Showed his career for that matter. Well, Corbin, yeah, he's always in a mood to strike a goal, and he's won a corner. He's going to huff and puff all day. It doesn't matter if your house is made of brick. Jordan Riley can smile after a disappointing defeat for Deportivo Point 14. They went down to AC Port of Spain in the earlier game. Currently in 4th position. They'll be hoping for drop points from either of these teams, particularly the one in red. Crichton. Wow, it's clearly the game plan. It's the 3rd time he's gotten his head on the end of a set piece, Jamal Crichton.
Which is very rare in football. Certainly, it's their preferred choice. And why not?
Hutchinson. Tyrese Bailey is taken down by Ross Jr.
This could be the work there by Bailey to win the football back and then, of course, to draw the foul. It's a dangerous position.
Oh, Gabriel Nanton is very accurate from set pieces. Got to watch out. And, well, St. Hilaire is very convincing from cross balls as well.
Yeah, just a bit too much air in that one, but I think if you're a defender, you're always happy to see a goalkeeper coming out and taking charge of a situation. That's exactly what St. Hilaire did there. Especially when you're coming up against a team that you know their defenders can score goals. The stats show that. You would want your goalkeeper to be every inch involved. That's what he's done.
Having a chat with former national goalkeeper coach Jefferson George last week. He's the goalkeeper coach for AC Port of Spain, and he's very impressed by St. Hilaire. AC Port of Spain, of course, came up against Terminix Rangers last Friday. Got a close look at him. He's very impressed. It's given away by Crichton, and Nanton tries to get Jabari Mitchell going. Too long though. Ball broken up by Belgrade. He's looking for Juma Clarence. Couldn't find him. Here's Kadeem Corbin. Josiah Edwards now. And, well, just a bit of the inconsistency of youth, perhaps. He's only 18 years old. He is, of course, the younger brother of another Rangers player, Jamal Francois.
The use of ball, again, James talked about it. It's the only way for police. They have to be able to utilize it, and they are my 3 favorite ladies. I tell you what, I like the outfit in the middle, James, and the hair.
Thinking about getting a hairstyle like that myself.
That is a championship winning night hairdo.
I'll be surprised if she's got a bottle of champagne somewhere close by.
I was looking at the purse. It's on the big side. I'm looking at their position, James, and I guarantee you they're going to get closer to the goal. There's no doubt in my mind they're Rangers fans.
Well, she's already got a Champion Cup in her hand.
She doesn't look happy.
I would love to be a fly on the, I was going to say wall, but on the chair to hear their conversation though. Well, here's Hutchinson. Purcell. Police, of course, a club that has been around for 47 years. Old club in Trinidad and Tobago history. Founded back in 1975. Well, here's Corbin to hurt all of that history. He doesn't care. Edwards. Heavy touch. Only as far as Corbin. He can deliver. Wow. When the biggest man in the field goes down that easily, has to be illegal. Tyrese Bailey to Jabari Mitchell, and that's good defending in the end from Javon Morris.
What a wonderful turn there.
Well, friends of yours, Brent?
Certainly so. Look at this for a turn here. Maybe not the right decision from shooting from that angle. But I think when you make a turn like that, you're afforded certain luxuries.
Well, this is your sweet spot here, and well, St-Hilaire is certainly countering that very well.
But he's been aggressive, and that's what you want from your goalkeeper.
Oh, that's a great ball from Guerra. Well, Crichton didn't have the legs to get to it, but certainly parted the blue sea. Bit heavy from Crichton. Well, they're certainly friends of yours, I can guarantee. The ones in the front row, that is, with the pom-poms. Well, this is good link-up play from Police, and again, St-Hilaire looks very, very alert. Oh, what a fan. This is my favorite fan. Do we have fan prizes? Well, there's a switch that has taken place with Ike Andrews and Jamal Edwards. Andrews delivers, and here's Edwards. Kenny's found space, and this time Simeon Bailey does the rescue job. Oh, that's a belt. And that's 2 balls on the field. Certainly spoiled what was looking to be a promising moment. He looks so innocent. But don't they all? Gabriel. Heavy challenge from Edwards. It's a free kick. was the man they nicknamed Drogba. He started his career as a forward. Now plays as a defender. Can Jabari Mitchell change the narrative here at the Lockyer Recreation Ground? Purcell gets a touch.
I tell you what, James.
Shouts a handball. Crystal Sobers doesn't seem to agree. And should be easy in the end for Fonset. Thought otherwise though. Well cut out by Elijah Belgrave. Looking for Kadian Gabriel. Oh, that's a good ball in to McLaren's just behind him. Well, the lawmen are patient.
I think it's a combination of patience and indecisiveness. And it's so important that the back two in particular, the two centre halves, make good decisions. They have to.
Jabari Mitchell. Well, there's a point that I was going to make about Jabari Mitchell. He's almost been the tip of the spear for Police. But he's such a good player at getting between the lines and finding spaces. Police almost seem to be their best when he's involved in the build-up play like now. Just fell into that pocket there. And there's an added bit of quality when he's allowed that freedom to get in between those lines.
So we have another look at it here, James. Bit of a tussle at the back. It shouts for a handball here. I tell you, I'm still not sure.
Also, well, Kiera also seemed to kick the man as well. More than one shouts, perhaps.
But I agree with you when it comes to Jabari, and it's critical that they find him in these pockets. It's the only way they're going to be able to break down this Rangers team, is finding him on the half turn in those types of positions to influence the game.
Oh, that's not going to win you football matches.
I tell you what, he almost took out our three favourite supporters.
Never flinched.
Well, there's football in the veins of those three ladies, one in particular. It's the mother of Russ Russell.
Well,
she's here to see her grandson. Her son's not coaching today. There she is on the left-hand side. It explains why she gets so close to the field. She's ready to support her grandson.
Well, he's certainly been making her proud week in, week out. Well, he has Guerra, and easy in the end for Fonset. Well, just an update in the Trinidad and Tobago versus Costa Rica match at the moment. Of course, this is CONCACAF World Cup qualifying. In the 90th plus 2 minutes, score remains 4-0 in favor of the Costa Ricans. Seems almost certain that Trinidad and Tobago will be eliminated. Lost to Canada in their opening match and losing now to Costa Rica with just Panama to play, I believe. Credit to the Jamaican women though, who did get the better of Mexico. Reggae girls doing the business.
And of course, Haiti doing the business against Mexico as well. So it's going to be a showdown. As we look at the fans, I'm so amazed, James, how quickly this place fills up.
Well, we have passed the half-hour mark, still goalless. Top of the table clash here in the Ascension football tournament. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers versus Police.
Has been a cagey affair, and we did say that we expected that. It's so much at stake here today.
Yes, Kadeem Corbin. Well, it always seems to get everybody's attention. Ike Andrews.
It's got to be closer. There's too much room.
And goal from the wrong side of the net, much to the displeasure of his teammates. Chess match continues. Police continue their surveillance of the Rangers penalty area. Well, he stood up well there, Sturge, to that challenge. The big of the pair. Belgrave went down quite easily. He was shaking himself in the far end of your screen. What a big camera that is. Must be seeing into the eyeballs of the player with a lens like that. Crystal Sober certainly has done a good job at controlling this match. One of 5 Trinidad and Tobago FIFA referees, 2 of which are female. Cecile Hines being the other one. Caleb Wales, who is involved in this match, is another. High quality officials are on show this evening.
This is better.
Can he find Bailey? Central there. Well, he's as big as a door, and he could not get in.
And this is what you need. Running at the back 4. Nanton finally gets it to Bailey. And a good save at the end there by Saint-Hilaire.
Here is Josiah Edwards. He's got space to exploit. Good pass needed. Corbin keeps it alive.
That's a good play. That's good play.
Andrews. And a good defending in the end from Cameron Purcell. Well, they're going to throw bombs in at the police from this set piece. And it should be easy for Fonset, and it is. Hasn't had the opportunity to go forward as often as he'd like so far, Ross Jr. Search of Ike Manjus, well defended by Belgrave. It's a foot race now. Got a touch, and Crichton also got a touch into the back of Bailey. Well, here come the low men, wasting no time. Well, the idea was good, just didn't have the tools in his locker to execute it.
Well, it would have to been picture perfect, really, and it was always going to be difficult. I didn't think it was needed. I think it was a situation where ball retention was a lot more important than trying that, what we call in football, World Cup winning pass. Wasn't needed.
Well, you've got the World Cup experience. You know all about those.
I don't have a World Cup winning pass on me, though.
No wonder you played in defense. You did, however, play with the likes of Dwight York and Russell Latipi. I'm going to ask you the age-old question. How close are we to reproducing something of the like?
I think it's a different time. And we're producing different types of players. We're certainly producing more explosive players. Players that are very capable in 1v1 positions. But what we had in the past was students of the game. We had players that had a bit more thought process behind what they did. They understood things better tactically, and they were a lot more difficult to break down. It was a Trinidad and Tobago team that had a lot of understanding as to what their strengths were, and they were able to, of course, utilize their strengths for most of a 90-minute game. What we see now is a lot of individual prowess with players with explosive pace and guy like that man on the ball, Edwards, to name a few. We looked at the under-20 tournament, and our better players were at the front of the team. Real Gill, Nathaniel James. I'll tell you what.
Wow. Almost blew the house down there, Jamal Crichton. By my count, that's the 5th header that he's gotten in this match inside 40 minutes.
But I just didn't think he would get to that one first. And that's a man with the right desire and attitude and aptitude. He wants to get there first. He wants to win the header. That's why we have 5 in counting going goalwards. I mean, he can't even start to count the ones in the middle of the park where he's won his duels.
Well, they have struggled to break down Terminix Rangers defensively. What I do wonder, though, the second half of this match is, I think, where it's going to be crucial from a tactical perspective.
You'll be interested to see if they continue to throw numbers forward. Well, Police, and of course, from a Rangers perspective, are they going to continue to play as conservative as they have played in this first half, which of course we've seen throughout this tournament, where they have kept a very low line of confrontation. The question is, James, are they going to go to their regular second half approach, which is a higher line of confrontation?
Defensive duty for Corbin and Edwards. Purcell dumps it back in the area. Here comes Andrews. Running at Rakim Kali! And this could be the opening goal! And it has been chalked off by the assistant referee. But Kadeem Corbin, wow, he's an unlucky man, but he showed them exactly what he could do if given the opportunity. Well, it's the second match in a row where he scored from almost a similar type of situation and was chalked off. Ainsley Rochad, the assistant referee on that side. Can't argue with him. He's full of experience, Ainsley Rochad. He's one of the better ones in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, it's an example of what Rangers is capable of.
Here's Rakim Kabi. Have the police been rattled? Well, certainly not showing that at the moment, although they do give away possession. And here we go. They're steaming forward. Ross Jr. That's good defending by Simeon Bailey. Create space though for police to go forward, and St. Hilaire holds on.
Didn't need to cross. Had enough real estate ahead of him to take the ball further ahead.
On the opposite end, Corbin looking for Guerra. That's excellent defending from Cameron Purcell.
And they've done that for the entire 45 minutes, James. They've positioned themselves in the right area. And of course, this is the attempt. How good is Rangers in transition? Always eager to get out. And Kadeem Corbin, in his eagerness, got ahead of the defender. Looked like a good call to me, James.
Ainsley Rochad doing the job. Certainly got an excellent cast of referees for this match. They've pulled out the best of the best. Daniel David. Well, that's the halftime whistle. Crystal Sobers has seen enough. The players will have a rest after a rugged affair. Jamal Crichton certainly has been one of the more influential players of the first half, getting several headed chances on goal. It's a match that has ebbed, it's a match that has flowed, but at the end of the 90 minutes, it's a match that remains goalless. Your thoughts on the match, Brent Sancho?
Well, it has been a cagey affair thus far, and understandably so. So much to play for, so much at stake that no one wants to blink first.
We take a break and we come back with the first half highlights. Well, it's a party despite the goalless scoreline at halftime. But they're here to have a good time, the fans at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Welcome back as we welcome you to the Ascension Match Week 15. It's time to take a look back at what has been a roller coaster first 45 minutes. Well, the scoreline says no goals, but certainly wasn't short of action. Early on, Bailey getting the attempted goal for Police. And then this man, the best chance, Edwards. And he knows that that was the moment. Kadeem Corbin knows as well. And then Corbin, he always wants to make something happen, just not that time. Edwards didn't try for redemption and he provided some good service. No takers in that instant. And I came Andrews trying his luck. Kadeem Corbin wanted a piece of it though. On the opposite end, Gabriel Nanton, and that chance saved as Tyrese Bailey tried to get in. Andrews to Crichton, threatened all evening from headers. And no goals at halftime, but lots of action to talk about as we look at the statistics and how the numbers crunch.
Well, 10 shots on goal, 6 from Rangers, 4 from Police, 3 on target of the 6 from Rangers, 3 from the 4 from Police FC, 3 fouls, all going to Rangers. No cards in the game so far, 2 offsides to Rangers, 6 corners, 2 Terminix Horquetta Rangers, 4 for Police FC, 3 saves apiece, both teams, 0-0 so far. KG affair, a game, of course, that would have seen both teams understanding the importance of what is tonight. 3 points for Terminix Horquetta Rangers means they will be the winners of this tournament, but Police FC in second place, of course, that they have a chance of coming back in.
Are you surprised though by the approach by these teams? A bit more defensive from Rangers than we've seen previously.
Well, I'm not surprised at all by their approach. At the end of the day, there's still games left in this tournament. If it doesn't happen tonight for them, it certainly can happen later on. But more importantly, James, they cannot afford to give Police 3 points. And I think that is really where their platform is based. Keep it tight, keep it as structured as possible, and of course try to impact the game in the second half.
Yeah, Police FC certainly would need to perhaps create more ways to get a goal, because Terminix Rangers, although the scoreline, they did get the better chances, you think?
Yeah, they did have the better chances, but it's a game, of course, that has shown some of the quality that's on display. But in a production team that boasts so many variant talents and ability, we have been blessed with one of the more talented individuals in our production, who has the ability not just to grace our production, but also to grace on another platform.
Let's give it up for the Ascension dancers, yeah?
Dynamite. Yeah. You know, sometimes when you lost the one that you love, just have to do what you have to do to make it better. Dynamite. We would have cried for you, baby, but we couldn't find the perfect time. Hate to be lonely. One heart say we just can't share. What happened to it? You're the best thing where you happened to me. Is it too late for you to tell you sorry? Fix it quick on me, I beg you hurry. Your whole soul, it caress me. When we hide them, I make the first step. Cute smile for you, address me. Say you have to make a home right here. Feels me dreaming. You were the answer to me midnight prayer. Your magnet personality. So take the first step by there. Me love you, baby. I bring it to me. Think about the love we are share. Before you turn wrong and I walk out on way. Think about the good memory. As long as I'm live, they're gonna be better days. This are no tale, no fairy. Me put you top like cherry. Reality when you stay. Me woulda cry for you, baby, but we couldn't find the perfect time. Hate to be lonely. One heart, so we just can't share. What happened to it? You're the best thing when you happen to me. Is it too late for you to tell you sorry? Fix it quick on me, I beg you hurry. Have an happiness, now live in same room. Future it a bleak and looking doom doom. Emotion them.
But I tell you what, it's very rare that I'm starstruck, and I'm actually lost for words. But I must say, on a serious note, it's a well-produced song, good vocals. James, you have to give us a lot more insight into this one. Tell us the inspiration behind this song.
Well, I must say that I'm lost for words to begin with. It's caught me totally off guard. Certainly, it's a song about love that has gone wrong and the reconciliation behind it.
Well, of course, what were some of the was it a song that you wrote yourself first and foremost?
Yeah, I wrote this one. I've seen it all around. Where there's so many marriages and so many relationships falling apart, and sometimes really, what does it take really to get back together? Is it that you have to put aside your pride? Is it ego and the necessaries that you have to do to really repair those relationships? And that's what this song is all about. It's a song that is produced by a guy called Always Creative in Sangre Grande, and he sent me the rhythm, and there I turned a lovebird.
Well, of course, the burning question is, with all your commitments that you have and your varying hats that you wear, where did you find the time to write, and of course music video, and as well, when did this drop?
Well, this dropped on Valentine's Day, which is a day before my birthday. It's my fourth release for the year so far. Where do I find the time? I'm not quite sure. It's something that I ask myself all the time. Where do I find the time to do what you have to do? But sometimes when you're given a talent or a gift, you just have to find room to let it breathe sometime.
Well, I have to give a special congratulations, not just for myself, but from the entire production team. And I implore all the fans that are watching this broadcast to make sure that you download, that you view, and of course give your positive remarks. I am very proud, and of course I leave the privilege of my star co-partner to take us to the break.
All right, from a love guy back to a commentator. You can find me on Spotify and YouTube, by the way. We're going to take a pause, and when we come back, we're going back to football action. 45 minutes left to play in this classic top-of-the-table clash between Terminix Horquetta Rangers and Police. Goalless at the half, but don't you blink for a second. You might miss some of the action that's to come. And that man, they've called on a superhero, real-life superhero, Real Gill. He's been sent to warm up, and you can expect that he will be coming into the match sometime soon in the second half. James Waters is my name, of course. I'm joined by former TNT International and World Cup defender Brent Sancho as we bring all of the action to you here on Sportsmax and on CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. Also broadcasting live and seeing TV in North America. Welcome to the Horquetta Recreation Ground. It is party time. What is needed in the second half to bring it to life?
Well, I think we have to put things in context. Both teams, as I've said, is very aware as to what is at stake. I think from a Police point of view, they have to make better decisions in their build-up play. It has to be better entry passes. It has to be well thought and well designed moments from the back three. I think, of course, as we well know, James, Terminix Horquetta Rangers are a different team in the second half. We've seen it so many times what they're capable of doing. They play high up the park, they press teams, they go, of course, for the jugular. And the question is whether or not they're going to continue in that vein, especially as we know what is at stake. And I think that is going to be the interesting question going into the second half.
Well, it's a big night and the Stars are back out on the field. Lots expected in this clash that can change the dynamics of the competition. Just a reminder, just 5 points separating second place Police from Terminix Rangers in the standings. A win for the Lawmen would see them move within 2 points of the top position. Terminix Rangers, well, they're going to be saying adios to everybody if they get 3 points tonight, as they would pull 8 points ahead and perhaps move into an unassailable position. Crystal Sobers in charge of the contest and ensuring that all is regular and correct. Some divine intervention called upon by the Lawmen. They've got a big 45 minutes ahead. The pressure is on, while the pack, I can assure you, is being shuffled on the opposite end as 2 changes have been made by Terminix Horquetta Rangers. Real Gill and Tyrone Charles, Trinidad and Tobago senior and junior international, have been called into the ranks, and they have been asked to supplement what has already been a potent attacking unit. His job, keep goals out. Her job, to make sure that everything runs fairly and smoothly. This is Ascension Friday here in Horquetta.
Well, it's like for Rangers when it comes to the substitutions. Still in their player personnel, they have 2 sitting midfielders. The question is, again, James, are they going to unhinge them and allow them to advance higher up the park?
So the action has started, and the next 45 minutes is a 45 minutes you won't want to take your eyes off your screen wherever you're locked in across the world. Here's Cameron Purcell. Nanton. He's got Belgrade for company. Tried to go inside, lose his possession. Bailey. Nanton driving at the defense. It's well defended. Jabari Mitchell, the final pass in the area. So Josiah Edwards has replaced Real Gill, who will operate out on the left-hand side of the attack for Rangers. And Tulagera has been replaced by Tyrone Charles. It's like him Andrews though. It's good defending from Simeon Bailey. Nanton hassled by Gill. And this is aimed at Mitchell. Not measured correctly by Belgrave. Well, it's a big night here in La Horquetta. It's always a big night on a Friday in particular, when Rangers play the majority of their home matches. Lots of entertainment and show as well. Trinidad Killer, I think he's going to be in later on, together with Squid and Tafari. It's where they get more creative with their names, artist names every time.
And I'm not sure if they have the rhythm and the production like my co-host.
Deflected, it's a corner. I can tell you who's going to beat everybody with rhythm. Those guys in the stands with the drums playing at the moment. They've got the stand swinging at the moment. There we go. Right on cue. They never miss a beat. Well, this is aimed at Charles. Corbin. Well, almost as precise as a surgeon's needle. Booted away by Morris. Real Gill to give chase. Cameron Purcell hasn't been the most effective offensively. A centre-back. He is known for his set-piece prowess. So Belgrave remains down as some mixed wires. Gives Police an opportunity. Jabari Mitchell! And St. Hilaire might have gotten a touch. It's a corner. Well, I don't know if the defender's working for the Salvation Army, but they're giving away chances at the moment.
Well, an errant pass here allowed Mitchell in, but the angle is always going to be difficult. Had Tyrese Bailey in the middle, didn't think he could find him. Red shirts, so many red shirts in attendance.
Well, they're going to test their set-piece prowess yet again. They've been foiled for the most part by St. Hilaire. And yet again, right on cue. The big man, he's a giant.
This could be dangerous.
On the opposite end, well, like him, Andrews. Way too much weight. Chance at redemption here for Andrews. He's giving it up to Gabriel. Sliding challenge, and St. Hilaire does the cleanup act. Kadeem Corbin. Oh, they've gone after him. He's escaped to the throw. No Freitas in the lineup for Police this evening. That's a chance for Corbin. And that's not the type of shooting that will win you a duel in the Wild West. Look at Tasha St. Louis there, former Trinidad and Tobago female international. Certainly would have loved to have someone of her quality tonight in Mexico. TNT female national team went down 4-0 to Costa Rica earlier on. For penetration from the men in blue. And, well, they're not going to get it from that pass from Juma Clarence. Oh, that's good. Oh, look at that. I'm crowning that the Sports Max at moment already. Here's Ross Jr. Nanton. They've gotten a bit sloppy, both teams, in the middle of the field. Bit of nerve stepping in. Nobody wants to lose this fixture.
Yeah, you're correct, James. It has been cagey. And we've seen so many times with Rangers in the second half, they press high up the park. We've not seen it. They've obviously decided to continue to sit deep. Not the normal second half type of tactical approach that we've been used to in this tournament.
Rakim Kabi. That's good from Mitchell.
That's good
to
football.
Clarence. And it's good! Oh, very good from Jabari Mitchell. And he came to show exactly what the police could do.
But we talked about the entry pass has to be good. We talked about innovation having to be good. And what a sizzling shot there by Jabari. But I tell you what, just couldn't hit. Well, he did hit the target, just couldn't hit the back of the net.
I'm reconsidering my moment at the moment.
I'm happy you did.
If there's ever a word called unsavable, you're going to see that in the dictionary. Next date.
Well, you wonder if it needed that amount of power, or did it need a bit more direction? Maybe placing the ball into the net, but he was inches away. So I wouldn't argue with his approach at all.
Well, is that the wake up that Rangers need? Tyrone Charles is going to answer that. Daniel David looking for Gill. Haven't really been utilized so far. He's a terror. Here's Nanton. Javon Morris taking no chances. And here's Jabari Mitchell. All defended by Daniel David. High came Andrews. Looking for Gill. And here comes the boogeyman. Real Gill. Oh, this is what he can do. And
that's well defended. That's excellent defending. And not just by Gabriel, but he was well assisted. And that's what you need to do with crafty, tricky players. You have to double up. And they did a good job of that. It's opening up, James. Getting very spicy.
Yeah, that's what I paid my money for.
It's the top two in this tournament so far. And they're starting to live up to the billing.
Well, like him, Andrews makes an exit, and in comes Jamal Francois. Has youth international experience as well as playing in Central America. He's a versatile player, Jamal Francois. Certainly will assist defensively, perhaps a bit more than even like him, Andrew. Caleb Sturge, Tyrone Charles, broken up by Crichton. Morris, well, didn't get the first touch right, but the second one, nobody wanted to get in the way of him. Jamal Francois in. Replaces Ike Andrews. Saw his younger brother earlier, Edwards. He's got to make his grandmother proud. They've done a good job at isolating Real Gill. Police. Master tactician. He isn't happy though. Richard Hood. That's a foul on Kadeem Corbin. Well, I did say earlier, Police are a club 47 years old. They're also one of two clubs that have gotten to a CONCACAF Champions League final. They did that all the way back in 1991. They did lose 4-2 on aggregate to Mexican team Puebla. But they have pedigree and they've got history. Rangers will look to unlock that.
That's a good ball.
Good punch as well. Rangers, on the other hand, well, they're just a year older, 48 years old. They start off as Superstar Rangers. Then they moved on into St. Anne's Rangers. The latest incarnation of Rangers, La Horquetta Rangers, though they're only 3 years old as La Horquetta Rangers. Let's see, same Rangers brand. Now owned by Richard Ferguson, who is the president of the Ascension.
Oh, I tell you.
I think Crystal Sober's got a good look and wasn't impressed by the downward trajectory of the player. So too Purcell's teammates with that shot.
Well, I think the argument from a police perspective would be the defender never played the ball, he played the man. And that would be the principle of their discussion when it comes to that, because certainly the player went over.
That's well defended by Kadeem Corbin. Jamal Francois heading down to a dead end. There's a roadblock ahead. And, well, illegally stopped and searched, according to Caleb Wheels.
And I think if you're police supporter here, he just never played the ball. And there would obviously be an argument there that should have been a penalty kick. And I'm sure that's what Richard Hood and the rest of his staff would be thinking. Was Juma Clarence nudged off the ball?
Well, not a good service from Real Gill. We'll have an opportunity to make amends. Watch out. Oh, look at him go. It's a corner.
We talk about a tense atmosphere. There's a man there that must be thinking, when is this goal gonna come so I can celebrate?
Oh, this is better from Gill. Corbin to make the cleanest contact. And it's a goal kick. They've got to find a way to get him more involved in the match. Real Gill, I'll tell you that much. Now we've gone past the hour mark. Still goalless. Not what many would have predicted. Sian Thomas. Here's Rakim Kabi. And that's a loose ball.
Yeah, they've struggled, James. I think they've struggled to find the right pass. They've struggled to find the right decisions. And in the modern day game, your defenders have to be able to play football, to be able to make good decisions, to make good entry passes. And I think that has been their downfall. If there's anything that Coach Hood would have discussed at the half, is that they've just not done a good enough job of getting their better players on the ball.
Well, Daniel David could find his man 1v1 as his pass cut out. Yeah, stress can make you grey. Keep your eye on this spear. That's a good win, Daniel David. Corbin! Well, Fonset is claiming that he kept it alive. He kept it in. Corbin is saying that's a corner.
Well, that's a strange one. I'm not. Well, a corner was given and then taken away. So I'm not sure that's possible.
Well, here's Corbin again, and just behind the back of Tyrone Charles. David.
That's a good ball. He's going to finish.
And just hit the base of the post, Kadeem Corbin. That's a man that knows exactly where the goal is. Just couldn't find the space though.
Well, when he gets into this type of area, it's so dangerous. That's a good tackle. That's a top tackle.
Well, here comes the police.
Oh, it's a bad touch.
Still alive. And good header from Sturge. Just got a header. Juma Clarence and Johnson! Whoa! That was a screamer. That was heard all around La Horquetta. You thought it went in, Brent Sancho.
But his approach to it and the eventual execution of it had me off my seat. That's for sure. But it was always rising. He's calling for it. Eventually it comes out, an errant header here by Morris, and there was only one thing in his mind. What a wallop.
Well, he can't hit them hard. That's for certain. I think that's something that we've seen almost extinct from the local game. Players who can really spank the leather. I remember in my early days facing the likes of Jason Scotland and begging the defenders not to let him shoot.
Well, Silvio Span as well. Another expert in that era. And before that you had Kerry Jameson.
Oh yeah.
It's a lost art.
Once had my hand fractured as well in a training session. Handel Manswell, might remember him. Did play for the
Tobago Fire.
Yeah. Did warn me not to touch it. Oh, that's good from
good
Gil.
trickery.
Space opening here.
Tell you what, did well there, Russell. Did really well.
Here's Gil, 1v1. He loves this kind of situation. Ross Jr.
It's got to be a good challenge.
Come in, Gil.
That's good goalkeeping. That
Excellent.
is top goalkeeping. Took control of the situation, and more importantly, was decisive when he made his decision. That ball's out. It's a good through ball there. Corbin was always first to get there, slices it in. That is top goalkeeping there. Wasn't a lot of room for error. I tell you what, he made a mistake. I'm very sure referee Sobers would have pointed to the spot.
A lot of goalkeeping is down to anticipation. Concert certainly showed a lot of that there.
Oh,
this is good. And well, the shot needed to be better. Got a highlight moment though. Players seem to be enjoying themselves at the moment.
Well, as I said at the start of this, there is a genuine belief within the police squad that they can win this fixture. If you look at their approach, you look at the body language of their players, they're not happy with 0-0. They believe that they could win this. They got to stop this man though.
Wow.
That's just magical.
Good luck.
That's magical.
Corbin. Sturge has to win this. He does. Tyrone Charles. Rush Jr. Corbin. Set to the platter. What a save from Fonset. It's not over. It's the nightmare on Elm Street at the moment. And when the police are panicking, everybody panics. Looking for Gill. It's a handball. The flag of the assistant is up. And
it's offside, yeah. When it's said and done, and if, of course, police goes on to win this one, is this the moment that denied Terminix Horquetta Rangers the title? What a save there by national team custodian Fonset. That had goal written all over it, James.
Looking for Nanton. Javon Morris, he kept guard all the way. Tell you what, this match, more excitement than a school bazaar. Not for him though. He needs his team to win. That give away who he supports. Oh, look at Real Gill go. Well, I've never been as excited for a local player in quite a bit as I've been, and I think many people have been, for Real Gill.
I think my only fear for him, of course, is his size. I think that's an obvious. And in the modern day game where sports science, player performance, physically and of course mentally plays a big part, you just have to wonder if he can, of course, develop physically into the type of player that is needed at that level of the game. Of course, we've had diminutive players that have done well in football. Lionel Messi, Diego Maradona, to name a few.
And Russell Latterby.
And of course Russell Latterby, but they were strong. Their core was strong, their balance was strong. They may have been small in nature, but there was a high level of strength within. I think that's where Real Gill will have to focus, because when you get up the ladder, you're going to meet players as quick as you, you're going to meet players as clever as you defensively.
One thing he does bring to the game though is immense dribbling ability, something that many considered almost a dying art as well. He's a pure dribbler.
Yeah, he's direct. He goes directly at his defender and is very good at shifting and manipulating the football as he goes along. And you're right, we haven't seen that for some time. I tell you what, this tournament has certainly unearthed that type of football. We saw glimpses of it in the SSFL. Jordan Riley, of course. And players of that ilk.
Well, fun fact, Real Gill couldn't make his school football team.
And did he play for Barcelona RC?
St. Anthony's College, in fact.
Well, there you go.
is there to be a goal or more drama in this match? Francois.
That's well defended. Well defended by Gabriel.
He's finding space now. He's going past one. Oh, that's good from Bailey. And might have been deflected. It is deflected. It's a corner.
Well, you can hear the sighs of relief here at the recreation ground. He thought when he went past his second man, he would have found the net. That's good last defending by Morris. I tell you, it's very, very tense here. The home crowd sense that this Police FC team means business. They certainly haven't backed down from their task.
Police will continue their surveillance from the corner. Morris gets it away. Under 12 minutes remaining in this contest, still goalless between the league leaders Terminix Horquetta Rangers and the second place Police. How do you think a draw would factor into the equation?
Well, it has been a really interesting contest, and I think from a neutral perspective, a draw may be a fair result. But you have to give a lot of credit to Police. They've not backed down at all. They've showed, of course, that they should be competing. Yes, they're in second place, but you have to understand that, of course, Rangers have shown a high level of dominance in this tournament so far. So it's easy to believe that they felt they could have come in here and just walk away with 3 points.
All right, good time for a Sportsmax app moment. And you already know what it is. Let's link up play. Jabari Mitchell and Bailey. Drew McLaren's involved as well. And that, ding-a-ling-a-ling, the Sportsmax app moment rings.
Well, it's 10 minutes left in this fixture. Police FC has the likes of Jem Gordon, of course Jamal Perry on the bench, players that can put the ball into the back of the net. If you're Richard Hood, you must be scratching your head on whether or not you introduce them. The game is already evenly poised. Rangers have bent, but they haven't broken. So do you go for it?
Decisions. Factor in Xavier Ratchpole as well.
Well, there's the answer to your question, my friend.
And it is Jamil Perry. Can add some height in the area. More importantly, goals. Scored 2 in their last match. They would need him again to get a repeat of that.
I'm a little bit surprised of the change because I thought Nanton did very well tonight. There has been an engine there, but I do understand the change because they're going to go a little bit more direct and they have to go with 2 up front. And I think he was just sacrificed because of the tactical.
Well, you wouldn't want a game of this quality to be decided by an error. Almost was.
Well, it wasn't needed. It could have gone long.
It's Corbin. He's been tireless all evening. Kill. Oh, how did he find space there? Oh, they found the goal as well. And it is Tyrone Charles, who is a superhero tonight. If they can hold on to this result, A goal made in La Horquetta, manufactured by Real Gill and packaged by Tyrone Charles.
Well, this was all about the diminutive Real Gill. Stands up to the challenge, evades both defenders, and gets it back post to Tyrone Charles, who was lurking. Is this the goal that brings the trophy to La Horquetta? You would have to feel so. Police have 8 minutes or less of regulation time, and then of course whatever is added especially.
Well, it proves that even good boys can have their hearts broken, and as good as police were, well, their hearts has been shattered. Can they respond? How do you even begin to coach against that? Just individual brilliance.
And that's what it was. We did say in games such as this, individual brilliance and even a moment of madness win you football games, and that's exactly what happened.
It's Sturge. Oh, bodies are dropping at the moment. 2 in red. Sturge and his captain, Crichton, feeling the brute force of the police. Some good old-fashioned police brutality.
He's worked hard in the middle of the park, and he's also been battered and bruised for most part.
Here comes Gill. Belgrave left alone with him. Oh, taking him to dancing classes now. And that's the experience of Elijah Belgrave.
Yeah, it's well defended. Just to dribble too much.
Can't buy experience, and Elijah Belgrave certainly possesses that in abundance. A reminder of some of what you might have missed.
He's done well at the back as well, Russell. I think it's fair to say, James, that police will feel heartbroken about this one. From a possession point of view, they certainly have the advantage in that field. But when you look at possession to chances created ratio, you have to scratch your head if you're a Police FC supporter. They just haven't created enough clear-cut opportunities from the amount of possession that they had. Of course, they rattled the bar, but that was because of a moment of brilliance.
You're right. And, well, that man is going to be a headliner in the future if he can continue on the trajectory he's going, Real Gill. Years old, turned 19 earlier this month.
Well, he has potential, he has tools, he has, of course, attributes that should see him move forward, but in this game of football, to play at the highest level, you need a lot more than that, James. And as we hope for a next superstar out of this country, we do want to believe that he can get there. But it's a very, very long and difficult road, and it needs consistency. He needs to be persistent in learning his trade, and more importantly, he has to be a student of the sport. We've had many players with potential in this country and never realized that potential. But we do hope for this young man, Real Gill, that he does get to where he needs to be.
Sobering advice, and the right advice, the right type of support as well. He can wave that proudly. Well, he's been reliable, hasn't he? Jabari Sintel got his first international senior call-up in the recent Nations League campaign for Trinidad and Tobago. More and more, certainly looking like a future Trinidad and Tobago #1 if he can be consistent. More changes. They've got a gem to bring on. Jem Gordon to be exact.
They have to go for it.
Well, if anybody can, he can. Scored 6 goals for Police. He's their leading goal scorer.
Well, they're essentially playing with 4 strikers now. Can't blame them. They have to. It's a good tackle. That man Gill again.
Well, Jabari Mitchell.
He's
won
done
that
well
battle.
as well.
Well, he's won it by the law of the legal aspect of the game.
Oh.
It's getting brutal out there. I'm here for it.
No, it's without a doubt, James, when Police look back at this fixture, assuming that it stays the way it is at 1-0, they will be kicking themselves. They have possessed the football and had enough time with the ball to create more chances, and they just didn't do it.
Well, 30 seconds of regular time remains. Only 3 minutes will be added after that. It's a lot of time in these kind of fixtures. Well, that's it. The 90 has expired. Can Cameron Purcell pull a rabbit out of the hat for Police?
Well, I think if you're looking for a man of the match here, James, probably have to go with the goal scorer, Tyrone Charles.
Can't disagree. Other closest contender, maybe Real Gill.
His impact off the bench, and of course Saint-Hilaire, defensively what he's been able to do. That's a good ball.
Well, shot didn't match the type of ball. And there will be another change for the boys in blue. Kristen Thomas is set to come in, and he will replace Tyrese Bailey. He's put in a good shift himself. Is there one last roll of the dice for Police? Maybe here. Maybe now. Oh, got a tangle between his legs, didn't he? Well, didn't keep that one in. Barry St. Hilaire. What an impact he's had. Seconds remain, and Terminix, the Horquetta Rangers, could start engraving their initials at least into the Ascension trophy if they can take all 3 points from this fixture.
Well, it'll be their first major trophy as Terminix, the Horquetta Rangers, certainly since they changed from I tell you what, that's a strange one.
Well, there we go. The celebration has begun for Terminix, the Horquetta Rangers. They feel like they've put themselves in an unassailable position in the competition. It was a must-win match for both these teams. Police, a look of defeat on their faces as the boys in red celebrate a hard-fought match, a match that has ebbed and has flowed and produced all of the classic moments of a top-of-the-table contest. He feels it's done for his team. They now fall 8 points behind the leaders with just a few rounds of matches remaining. But I'm sure nobody could fault them for the effort that they put in this evening. But it's those boys in red who celebrate. As they celebrate with their fans, they feel this is the moment. A moment they've worked hard for. And at the end of a scintillating contest here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground, it's Terminix, the Horquetta Rangers 1, Police 0. Time to see all of the action of the 90 minutes that we all enjoyed. Crystal Sober's in charge, and Police came knocking first. Bailey trying to get his mark right. Later on, Real Gill, or rather Josiah Edwards, with the Danzi footwork and not hitting the target though. Kareem Corbin clearly upset by that. And then Corbin coming close. Edwards, he kept knocking. Ike Manjus, he certainly some good service, not one of his better decisions though. Nanton on the other end did open up chances here for Tyrese Bailey, but St. Hilaire solid as a rock. Cesar Kalanji would be proud. On the opposite end, Jamal Crichton, he threatened from his head. And the first half would end goalless in the second half. St. Hilaire, testing St. Hilaire, the goalkeeper winning that battle. And then Corbin, threat all evening. One of the highlight moments of the match. And look at that. Hitting the crossbar. Corbin continued to knock forcefully at times. And Nanton had a go himself. Then Ross Jr. And this was the start of the impact that Real Gill had in the match. Ross Jr. And Daniel David getting the shot that was saved. Tyrese Bailey went an amazing run himself. He thought he could unlock it, but the master key belonged to this man, Real Gill. opening the defense for Tyrone Charles to finish the business. And look at that. You can't stop him, and you can't touch that. Tyrone Charles making himself an immortal figure in the La Horquetta region as they won the match 1-0 and perhaps would have taken the title. Let's see all the numbers stack up, and well, pretty even to say the least. 15 shots to 12. 10 shots on target though for Rangers, 5 more than the Police. In terms of fouls, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they lead that bracket as well, 6-2. And then we go down to corners, 9 for Rangers, 5 for Police, and saves. Police and Adrian Fonset doing the majority of saving, 9 compared to 5. What a match we've had, and Brent Sancho has the pleasure of talking to the man of the match.
Well, I'm now joined by man of the match, Tyrone Charles. 1-0, scoring the winning goal. Tell us how you feel.
Well, obviously it's a good feeling coming on and scoring. I've been out for like 3 weeks, missing the football. I was just eager to come back and help my team in the best possible way, and there was no better way to do it tonight.
Well, of course, a trophy for your team, for yourself. You work hard throughout the tournament. You've been consistent. Tell me, what's the feeling like in the locker room? What is the feeling? What's the moment? How does Terminix La Horquetta Rangers feel?
Oh, well, really excited, really excited. I mean, I think it's the first time the club actually going and win a piece of silverware. So it's a real big feeling, and we was really eager and waiting for this moment, and we're just glad it come here now.
Well, congratulations, Tyrone Charles. You are the man of the match, and of course, congratulations on winning the Ascension tournament. Thank you very much. Of course, man of the match, Tyrone Charles there, elated, happy, and of course relieved as well, as his team would have just crossed over the line. I'm now joined by head coach of Police FC, Richard Hood. Richard, didn't work as planned tonight, disappointing result. Where did it go wrong?
Obviously a disappointing result. The execution really was not there, so we had to make adjustments during the game. I thought that when we adjusted, things was going, the plan was going a lot better. All right, a good bit of individual skill, and at the same time some really poor defending, unlocked us, and we conceded.
But when you look back at it, you possessed the ball quite well for the majority of the game. Just, of course, in created the amount of chances you would have needed to win a football game, or clear-cut chances anyway. Hit the bar once. Do you think that's a fair assessment of what happened tonight?
Yeah. I thought, at times when we were brave enough to put it down and play between them, we got, when we got closer to each other and supported each other, some nice combination plays, and we created some opportunities with it. But not enough, not consistent enough. We tried a new formation tonight. I guess at the end of the day, we probably didn't have enough time to really absorb, all the intricacies involved in the formation. So, but it's a game. It's unfortunate that we came out on the losing end tonight, but I'm happy with the effort from the boys.
Well, thank you very much, Richard Hood, and all the best to you and your charges in the rest of the season.
Thank you, Brent.
A disappointed Richard Hood, despite, of course, his team lion's share of possession. He still did not come out victorious. As he said, execution was the problem, and of course it led to their defeat here tonight. But I'm now joined by the winning man, the man of the hour, Mr. Richard Ferguson of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Relieved?
A little more relieved, but I think the real winner is Trinidad football, Brent. I think that is the real winner, because I think this tournament has really brought Trinidad and Tobago football to the fore. It has changed the platform on which it is played. The crowds really coming out. The television is absolutely fantastic, and that's the real winner. We are just glad to be part of it and to help entertain. But let me say, Richard is a great coach, fantastic coach. I think his team was absolutely magnificent. They played brilliant football. And I would tell you, it is hard to come here and stunt the Rangers attack, and they did that. It is difficult, very, very difficult. We average over 4 goals a game, and it's very difficult for a team to come here and just concede 1 goal, and they did it very well. I had to say that.
Well, of course, your team has been consistent throughout the tournament, despite the many changes that you would have made. Tonight, you were taken to the limits in terms of police performance. Are you happy with your team's overall performance? And more importantly, do you think you have left a marker in the sand as it relates to local football here in Trinidad and Tobago?
No, I think we underperformed tonight. As I say, we normally get about 25 shots on goal. I'm sure the stats will be a lot less than that. Normally about 18 has been on target, a lot less than that. So the police defense was excellent. You know, they obviously scouted us well, and they stunted our attack, which is very difficult to do, but they did it. And you have to give them congratulations to that.
Well, of course, congratulations to you, Mr. Ferguson. Your team are winners of the Ascension tournament.
Not yet, Brent. Not yet. Not yet.
I wanted to see if we would fire in that one.
No, Brent. I think there's 9 points on the table, and we are 8 in front.
Well, congratulations anyway for the team's performance here tonight and the victory, and all the best for the rest of the season.
Thanks a lot, Brent.
Richard Ferguson, of course, a happy man, and of course, still saying there's football to be played, and more importantly, points to be played for. But we're now joined by the Campari Player of the Week, and it's not other than that man from Defence Force, tallying here against Real Westford and doubling up on his approach. His goal scoring, predatory action in front of goal, lurking. 3 goals to his name, none other than Brent Sam, the Campari Player of the Week. Congratulations, of course, to Brent Sam, and of course his exploits during the week. I'm now rejoined by James Saunders, of course. James, all 3 points to Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, inching closer to the title. They may have felt tonight, may have been the clincher. Deserved victory for what they've showed throughout the tournament, consistency throughout, and they have certainly been the team to beat.
Yeah, you're surprised at the end result though, because police, they came in and they've certainly put in a tough shift. We spoke prior to the match, we said an individual brilliance or maybe an individual error, and it turned out to be a moment of brilliance.
Yeah, but certainly a moment of brilliance. Of course, Real Gill coming into the game, impacted in the game, certainly he did, as well as Tyrone Charles. But I think that moment and that skill he produced at that particular moment was the reason why, of course, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers went away 1-0 winners. Police FC possessed the ball for long periods of time, but still were not able to create clear-cut chances. And I think that is what would be the bitter pill that the men in that Police FC locker room will have to swallow.
Well, we're looking at the standings at the moment, and Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they are 8 points in front of Police, but it's still much to play for in this tournament. Deportivo, of course, they dropped points today, but their Police, they're still in a battle for Defence Force for second place, and the top 3, that's still to be decided.
Yeah, the top 3 still to be decided. Defence Force, as you rightfully say, to play, and they do have to play Terminix La Horquetta Rangers as well. Rightfully so. A lot of football still to be played. We're coming down to the business end of the season. This has been a tremendous advert for Trinidad and Tobago football. As I said before in the broadcast, coming out of the pandemic, there was some, of course, non-expectation, but what we've seen so far in this tournament is high-quality football, and a credit to Ascension tournament.
Well, I don't want to give away all of the goodies, but there's some reward for finishing within the top 3. But I'll tell you what, let's take a look at all the action that's happening this weekend in the Ascension tournament, because the action has only just started today. And tomorrow at the Arima Velodrome, Canupia FC, they're going to be coming up against Central FC in a battle of the teams from Central Trinidad. And that match is from 5 p.m. And then as the clock ticks on to 7 p.m, another big match. And Defence Force will take on Central Soccer World. A big match of Defence Force, Brent Sancho, because of course they are still in that battle with Police for second place. So those are the matches tomorrow at the Arima Velodrome. And then on Sunday we head to the Police Barracks. You get your macaroni pie as Westport take on the winless Maruga FC, who are still in search of their first points in the competition. Lots of football to play, and we certainly will be here bringing you all of the action. You can find it on the Sportsmax app. You can find us on our YouTube pages, and you can just come down to the ground. That's where all the action is happening. Final words on the match, Brent.
Well, certainly an thrilling encounter. The fans here have been well entertained. As I said before, great advert for Trinidad and Tobago football. Terrific tournament thus far.
Well, we've had a great time bringing all of the action for you. We're going to have the fun. I think Tafari, Trinidad Killer, Squid, and lots of entertainment that's going to be happening behind us. But for you, well, if you didn't come to the ground, tough luck, because this is where our broadcast ends here on Sportsmax. We certainly did enjoy bringing all of the action to you on behalf of the entire team at Sportsmax. My name is Jim Saunders, and together with Brent Sancho, we say have a great evening and goodbye for now.